All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. This is the 5 a.m. calendar on June 19th, 2025. Orders are given on the first of the month regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints. Those orders are made in effect today. What that means for you in the courtroom is this. Not every single one of you has to give your DNA or your fingerprints. If you have to do that, those orders are going to be on your paperwork. My name is Commissioner Beck. I'm here to do a few things for you. Number one, I'm here to let you know why you're here. Number two, if you might be released. Number three, if you're going to be assigned an attorney. The vast majority of you will get an attorney, which leads to my number one rule. Please don't talk about the facts of your case. Anything you say or do can be used against you. Everything in the courtroom is video recorded. So please don't talk about the facts of your case unless it's with your attorney. Second, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for me. Unfortunately, I'm not your legal counsel, so I can't answer legal questions for you. So please save those questions for your attorney as well. Finally, you're going to be hearing about lots of different dates, different types of release conditions. You don't have to memorize all that stuff. All that information is going to be on your paperwork. But that's why it's important to keep your paperwork and not lose it. If you end up missing a court date or if you don't follow a written court order, you could just end up back here. Here's how the morning's going to work. I'm going to call two names. First name I call is going to come in the courtroom and stand in front of me at the podium. Second name I call is going to sit on that chair next to the door, and then we're going to keep on cycling through until the calendar's finished. Could I please get Jamie Lancer to the podium? Vicky Valencia to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jamie Lynn Lancer, 6/9/1973.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original attorney.
Right.
Your next court date is going to be June 30th, Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $25,000 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, pretrial services supervision with alcohol testing and monitoring, and you're going to be fitted with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And the testing shall be weekly and random. And pretrial services is to provide an updated compliance report to the parties and the state at least 48 hours prior to every hearing. Well, please step to your left for your paperwork, ma'am. Nikki Valencia to the podium. Joshua Cruz to the chair, please.
Nikki. Right there.
Hi, could I get your name and date of birth, please?
Nikki Holly, ACC83.
Sorry, what's your name?
Nikki Holly, Nicholas Holly, ACC83.
Is it Nikki Valencia?
No.
No. Is your first name Nikki?
My name's, yeah, I go by Nikki.
All right. What's your last name?
Holly.
All right. What's your date of birth?
August 16th, 83.
In 1985.
3.
All right, sir. You are here on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on 2 counts of possession or making contraband as a prisoner, Class 2 felony, 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a private person, Class 4 felony.
Right, it wasn't.
This was alleged to have occurred back in July of 2024. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's June 26th in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by the grand jury. It's a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're just not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Sir, if you want to go ahead and step over to your left, you'll get your paperwork, okay? Thank you, sir. Joshua Cruz to the podium. Sergio Labrada to the chair, please. Can I please get appearances, starting with the state?
Good morning, Your Honor. Linda Bergevin for the state.
Thank you. Sir, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Joshua Cruz, September 22nd, 1992.
Thank you. You are here today on two matters, a Superior Court new case and a Superior Court probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case first. You've been arrested for computer tampering, a Class 5 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in May of 2025. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the Downtown Superior Court. Counsel for the state, would you like to make your record regarding release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking that the defendant be held without bond pending the probation revocation hearing. This offense occurred while Mr. Cruz was on probation for a 2023 arrest for assault of domestic violence. We are aware of the severity of the computer tampering, of the nature of the computer tampering, and we do ask that he be held without bond pending the next hearing.
Are you asking for him to be held non-bondable as to his probation violation or as to his new case?
Your Honor, I'm asking as to the probation violation and the new case.
On what legal basis should he be held non-bondable on his new case?
Your Honor, we believe that because he was on probation, that renders him non-bondable on the new matter.
He was on probation, but he wasn't on release.
That's correct.
Short of being held non-bondable, does the state have a position on a bond amount?
Your Honor, at this point, I would just defer to the court if the court's inclined to release him on bond.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you hear what the prosecutor had to say in your matter?
Somewhat, sir, yes.
All right. Without talking about the facts of your case and without talking about what you believe, whether you believe to be innocent or not, do you have a response to what the state had to say as to what you believe your release conditions should be?
I believe I should be released. Do you want me to clarify or just?
Sure, feel free.
A lot of this came from my injury that I obtained in the military. I had a traumatic brain injury where I ended up splitting my head down the middle. I ended up getting diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, where now back in January, and now I'm been going through therapy and been taking medication for it recently. So a lot of it's more mental health, more a lot for VA disability stuff that's happened, which I'm now getting help for.
How recent, sir?
Recent for what was that? What, sir? What's recent?
You said you've been starting taking medication recently. How
Yes,
recently?
about 3 weeks now, about 3 or 4 weeks now, sir.
Please. Upon hearing from counsel for the state and from the defendant and reviewing the record before me, I'll be making the following orders as to Mr. Cruz's Superior Court new case. This time setting a secured appearance bond of $25,000. Sir, if you're able to post that bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision with the electronic ankle monitoring. You are not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You are prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there's any orders of protection that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. You must contact your probation officer within 3 days upon your release. You may have no contact with the domestic violence victims or their families, the subject of the alleged computer tampering whatsoever by any means. You're cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Furthermore, as to your probation violation warrant, I am assigning counsel. Your next court date is going to be June 25th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500 on a Term 1 violation. Same conditions of release. Again, most important one, if you're able to post bond, you're to contact your probation officer within 3 days upon your release. Counsel for the state, do you have anything further?
Where, I apologize, I may have missed some of the conditions. Was the no internet except for work or school, was that also ordered?
I've said no internet whatsoever.
Okay, Judge. Nothing further from the state.
Thank you. Sir, if you want to please step to your left for your paperwork.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sergio Labrada to the podium. Jeremy Daly to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
October 22nd, 1989.
Thank you. You're here today on a grand jury warrant. The grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in February of 2025. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date is June 26th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the grand jury, it's a $10,000 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Also, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days. Thank you. Please step to the left for your paperwork. Jeremy Daly to the podium. Daniel Rojas to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jeremy Daly, 5/14/2000.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case and 2 probation violation warrants. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the Downtown Superior Court. This time I'm just setting a placeholder bond of $50. But for your 2 probation violation warrants, I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date's June 25th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting secured appearance bonds of $1,000 for each one, so a total $2,000 secured for both your probation violation warrants. For all your cases, if you're able to post bond and are released, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Why don't you step to your left for your paperwork. Daniel Rojas to the podium. Brenda Lindsay to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
10/5/96.
Name, please.
Daniel Ruben Rojas.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500. As to your probation violation warrant, I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date's June 25th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000, so total $1,500 secured for both of your cases. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Sorry, one question. How much you say was my bond? Sorry.
Total for both your cases?
Yeah.
$1,500 secured appearance. You can use a bond company.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Brenda Lindsay to the podium. Patrina Cortez to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Brenda Lee Lindsay, 11/17/1978.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for trafficking in stolen property, a Class 2 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, theft, Class 6 felony. Found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000. If you're able to bond out, you're going to be placed on pretrial services supervision, drug testing and monitoring. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Why don't you step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Patrina Cortez to the podium. Jasmine Martinez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
6/11/78, Katrina Alvarez Cortez.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's June 25th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the setting a secured appearance bond of $1,500. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to the left for your paperwork. Jasmine Martinez to the podium. Robbie Mendoza to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jasmine Martinez, 6/14/97.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant and a Superior Court arrest warrant. Let me talk to you about your new felony case. Probable cause is previously found for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. These were alleged to have occurred back in October 2024. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court dates are going to be June 25th and June 27th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your judge, it's an $800 secured appearance bond. You also have a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date's June 25th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge, it's a $100 secured appearance bond. So total between the two, $900 secured. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Robbie Mendoza to the podium. Ethan Hernandez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth.
Robbie Mendoza, November 1st, 02.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and 2 probation violation warrants. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, Class 4 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500. You also have 2 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning counsel. Both of those are going to be on June 25th in the downtown Superior Court, affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's $100 on the first one, $250 on the second one. So total for all 3 of your cases, $850 secured. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to the left for your paperwork. Ethan Hernandez to the podium. Stephanie Hernandez Mendez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Ethan Hernandez, 2001.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant and a Superior Court arrest warrant. Let me talk to you about your new felony case. Probable cause is previously found for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, unlawful flight, a Class 5 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in January of 2023. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your judge, it's a $100 secured appearance bond. You also have a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date's June 25th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge, $500 secured, so total $600 secured for both your cases. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Stephanie Hernandez Mendez to the podium. Andrew S. City to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Stephanie Juliet Hernandez Mendez, 10/26/2003.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are June 25th and June 27th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your original judge, $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial services supervision, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. I want to please step to your left for your paperwork, ma'am. Andrew at City to the podium. Cole Critchfield to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Andrew Edsity, 10/21/98.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's June 25th in the downtown Superior Court. affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Cole Critchfield to the podium. Brian Jones to the chair, please. Cole Critchfield. Brian Jones to the podium. Jesus Ramirez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Brian Jones, December 27th, 1995.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's June 26th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation services.
All right.
Thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Jesus Ramirez to the podium. Giordano Casanova to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jesus Ramirez, January 7, 1997.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case.
Yes, sir.
You've been arrested for trafficking and stolen property, a Class 2 felony, theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are July 3rd and July 8th in the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to appear on July 3rd and July 8th in the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand if you don't show up, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, sir.
All right, upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you on your own recognizance. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Cole Critchfield to the podium. Name and date of birth.
Cole Critchfield, 6703.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's June 26th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you got to contact your PO within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Giordano Casanova to the podium. Michelle DeMarco to the chair, please.
Oh, yeah, I guess you can tell us that, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Spanish, Your Honor.
Oh, all right. Español?
Sí.
Okay. Go ahead.
Paco.
Number 20 in Spanish. So I'll call one matter before that. Michelle DeMarco, please, to the podium.
Hello.
Hi, name and date of birth, please.
10/24/89.
Name, please.
Michelle
Full name, please.
DeMarco.
Thank you. You're here today on a municipal court warrant. And actually, I got to change that. Can I get a reprint on 39, please? You're here on a municipal court warrant. Now, I'm not assigning you an attorney because for the charges you're facing, you're not entitled to a free attorney. You can hire one if you want to, though. Do you understand that? I need to hear a yes or no, please.
Yeah.
All right, your next court date's going to be July 8th. That's at the Peoria City Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Ma'am, do you understand these conditions?
Yeah.
Do you promise to follow these conditions? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Do you promise to appear on July 8th at the Peoria City Court.
Yep.
Do you understand if you don't show up, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yep.
Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you on your own recognizance. If you want to wait there for 1 second, there's new paperwork here for you. While we're waiting for the interpreter, I'll be calling the house calls. These individuals pose a risk of harm to themselves or to others. I'll be visiting in the back of their cell. Lauren Hertzen, her date of birth 9/3/98, is here under two Justice Court warrants. I'm assigning counsel. Next court date is June 24th for both matters at the White Tank Justice Court. Affirming a security appearance bond of $500 in one case, lowering a bond to $50 in the other case. If he's able to post bond, he's not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness. Kavan Beamer, 12/31/06, is here under failure to appear warrant. And now assigned new counsel to go back to his original attorney. Next court date is June 25th in Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by his judge, $1,000 security appearance bond. If you post bond, pretrial services supervision, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Victor Vieira, failure to appear warrant, date of birth 10/19/97. Now assigned new counsel, he'll go back to his original attorney. Next court date is June 25th in Downtown Superior Court, affirming security appearance bond of $500. If he's able to post bond, pretrial services supervision, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. After I visit these individuals back at their cell, if I am to make any changes to their release conditions, I'll come back on the record to make those changes. Giordano Casanova. Hi, is the interpreter on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, thank you. I'll be speaking to the defendant now. Could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Por favor, dígame su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Giordano Díez Casanova, 11 de agosto de 1991.
Giordano Díaz Casanova, August 11, 1991.
Thank you. You're here on a new case in a city court.
Gracias. Usted se encuentra aquí en lo que es un caso nuevo en el Tribunal de la Ciudad.
You've been arrested for shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Usted ha sido arrestado por ratería en tienda, un delito menor de clase A.
I have found probable cause. I am not assigning you an attorney because for these charges, you do not get a free attorney, but you can hire your own attorney if you want.
Yo he encontrado que hay una causa probable, no le voy a estar asignando un abogado, debido a que a este tipo de cargos no se provee lo que son abogados, pero usted puede contratar su propio abogado en el caso dado que usted lo desee hacer.
Your next court date is July 9th at the Goodyear City Court.
Su próxima fecha que tiene que ir al tribunal, comparecer en el tribunal, es el 9 de julio en el tribunal de la ciudad Good City. Good City Court.
Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today, but there are some conditions to your release.
Con su promesa de que usted va a comparecer, yo lo voy a dejar en libertad en el día de hoy, pero hay ciertas condiciones con respecto a que usted se le deje libre.
You are not to return to the scene of the crime, and you may have no contact with any victims or witnesses.
No puede regresar a la escena donde se cometió el delito y no puede tener contacto con ninguna víctima ni ningún testigo.
You are also not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
No puede poseer, o sea, tener ni ninguna arma, ni alcohol, ni drogas.
You may also not enter any Walmart stores.
Tampoco no puede entrar a ninguna tienda de Walmart.
Do you understand all these conditions, yes or no?
¿Usted entiende todas estas condiciones, sí o no?
Sí.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions, yes or no?
¿Promete usted seguir todas estas condiciones, sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you promise to appear on July 9th at the Goodyear City Court?
¿Y usted promete comparecer el 9 de julio en el Goodyear City Court?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand if you don't show up, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
¿Y usted entiende que si no va y no comparece, se va a estar emitiendo una orden de arresto para usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. With that promise, I will be releasing you today. Please go to your left for your paperwork.
Gracias. Con esta promesa, yo lo voy a estar dejando en libertad el día de hoy. Vaya hacia la izquierda para sus documentos.
Muchas gracias, buen día.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you for your help, Madam Interpreter.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get Mr. Poe in here, please? Hi, could I have your name and date of birth, please?
Nathan Poe, 3290.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 Superior Court grand jury warrants. Let me talk to you about your first grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on 1 count of failure to register as a sex offender, Class 4 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in April of 2025. As to your second grand jury warrant, grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on interference with a monitoring device, Class 4 felony. This was alleged to have occurred back in April 9th of 2025. As to both cases, I am assigning counsel. As to both cases, your next court date is going to be June 26th in the downtown Superior Court. As to both cases, I'm affirming the bond set by the grand jury, $2,500 cash bonds, total $5,000 cash. If you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pre-trial services supervision with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation services. Sir, if you want, please step to your left for your paperwork. I have already read the 3 house call matters onto the record. Having read those, this now concludes the 5 a.m. calendar. Okay, thank you. Recalling the 5 a.m. calendar, recalling number 28, Nikki Valencia. I was informed by detention officers that the individual who came into the courtroom was not actually Mr. Valencia. I saw Mr. Valencia back at his cell as a house call. He was in holding cell 4. He was informed of all the information that was stated on the record. There are no other changes to the actual record on Mr. Valencia's Superior Court grand jury warrant. I'm still affirming the $25,000 secured appearance bond. All information was relayed to him, that if he bonds out, he's not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and he still has a hearing date of 6/26 in downtown Superior Court. So again, the individual that showed up on the video is not Mr. Valencia. I saw Mr. Valencia back in holding cell 4. After that clarification, this now concludes the 5 a.m. calendar.
wake up the other person over there? Okay, everyone. Please be seated.
I came by 10 to tell you about the no bonds, but you were gone already. Okay. Could the interpreter identify him or herself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Hammond, court interpreter.
All right. Oh, it's a long time, Jennifer. Okay. First of all, the court orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters in this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales en cuanto a la toma de ADN y huellas digitales que se tomó el primer día del calendario de este mes estarán en efecto para todos los días.
When I call your name, go to stand behind the podium and give me your name and your date of birth.
Cuando digo su nombre, va a ponerse tras el podio y me dirá su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
I'm not going to say out loud all of your release conditions, but they will be on your paperwork so you could review them.
No voy a decir en voz alta todas sus condiciones de libertad, pero todas vienen en el papel que va a recibir, así que usted tiene que repasarlas.
At a minimum, it'll say no driving without a valid driver's license and no drugs without a valid prescription.
Por lo menos, lo que va a decir es que no puede manejar sin licencia válida de manejar y no puede tomar drogas sin una receta válida.
For those of you who have probation violation warrants, conditions will include you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release, or unless you're on intensive probation, it'll be within 24 hours.
Para los que están aquí por quebrantamiento de probación, sus condiciones de libertad incluirán que tiene que comunicarse con su agente probatorio dentro de 72 horas después de ser puesto en libertad, a menos que tenga probación intensiva, entonces será dentro de 24 horas.
Also, you cannot possess a weapon, cannot possess or consume any alcohol, and no drugs without a valid prescription.
También no puede tener armas, no puede tener ni consumir alcohol ni drogas sin receta válida.
For those of you who I set a secured appearance bond, you can go through a bonding company.
Para los que le fijo una fianza para asegurar su complacencia, pueden ir a una compañía que ofrecen fianzas.
It is my understanding they do take collect calls.
Tengo entendido que sí aceptan llamadas por cobrar.
On some of the walls in the jail are the names and phone numbers of bonding companies. If you don't see one, you can ask one of the officers for assistance.
En algunas de las paredes en la cárcel hay nombres y números de teléfono de las compañías de fianza. Si no ve, uno puede pedirle a uno de los guardias la ayuda para hacer eso.
Okay, I'm aware of two folks who need your assistance. So let's start with Jesus Esquivel Garcia.
Empezamos con Jesús Esquivel García.
All right, Senor, your name and date of birth, please.
Nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, señor.
Jesús Orestes Esquivel García, 30 de marzo de 2003.
Jesús Orestes Esquivel García, March 3rd, 2003.
3rd or 30th?
30th, I'm sorry, it was interpreter correction.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay. Sir, is Spanish your primary language?
Señor, ¿el español es su idioma principal?
Sí, español no hablo inglés.
Yes, Spanish, I don't speak English.
Okay, so you need a Spanish interpreter to help you understand the proceedings.
Así que necesita un intérprete español para ayudarle a entender las diligencias.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so I will appoint the office of court interpreter to assist you with Spanish interpretation throughout your case.
Entonces voy a nombrar la oficina de interpretación para que le ayuden con la interpretación durante todo su caso.
All right, sir, you are charged with 2 counts of forgery, both class 4 felonies.
Se le imputan a usted 2 cargos de falsificación. Ambos son delitos de la clase 4.
I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Le nombro un abogado para asesorarlo.
Your court dates will be at 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix.
Sus próximas audiencias serán a las 8:30 de la mañana. La dirección es 175 West Madison en Phoenix.
Disculpe, no lo entendí.
I didn't understand, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to give you some court dates, and they'll be at 175, the courthouse at 175 West Madison Street.
Le voy a dar las fechas de sus próximas audiencias y van a ocurrir en la dirección 175 West Madison. Calle.
You understand?
¿Sí entiende?
Okay. Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
They'll be the 2 court dates I give you are both at 8:30 in the morning.
Las 2 audiencias que le voy a dar son a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You have a status conference on June 25 and a witness preliminary hearing scheduled for June 27th.
Tiene una consulta, actualización el 25 de junio, una audiencia preliminar con testigos el 27 de junio.
Tengo 2 cortes más.
I have 2 more court dates.
At this point, that's what you have.
En este momento es lo que va a tener.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Un momento.
I'm going to set a bond, a secured appearance bond of $100, so you can go to a bonding company to bond out.
Voy a fijar una fianza de $100 para asegurar su compresencia, así que puede ir a una compañía de fianzas para que le ayuden a pagar la fianza salir.
If you bond out and you do not show up for court, a warrant would issue for your arrest and you could lose that bond.
Si paga la fianza y sale en libertad y no se presenta en su audiencia, se expedirá orden de aprehensión, puede perder esa fianza.
Disculpe, oiga, y si no me puedo presentar a la corte porque me dijeron que me podría agarrar ICE.
Excuse me, and if I can't appear in court because they told me that ICE could pick me up?
Okay, sir, I understand that situation, so I didn't bring up that subject on the record because everything is being recorded. If for the sake of a discussion, you are picked up by ICE, they probably would have a warrant, but I can't do anything about that.
Señor, yo no había mencionado ese asunto porque aquí se está grabando todo en el acta, pero, por ejemplo, si lo agarrara inmigración, entonces tendría orden de aprehensión y no puedo hacer nada en cuanto a eso.
Ok, está bien.
Okay.
Entonces, para pagar esto, ¿en dónde sería? Disculpe. ¿Dónde lo puedo pagar?
To pay that, where would that be? I'm sorry, where do I pay?
Oh, you can ask the officers about that, but I must tell you, if you've already been told that ICE is going to take you, if you post a bond, they would probably just take you before you got released.
Puede preguntarles a los guardias sobre eso, pero tengo que decirle que si ya le dijeron que ICE lo va a agarrar, para que sepa que lo van a agarrar antes de que pueda ir a su audiencia.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other person is Luis Perales Contreras.
La otra persona es Luis Perales Contreras.
All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Señor, su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Luis Guillermo Perales Contreras, 0710 del 81.
Luis Guillermo Perales Contreras, 071081.
And sir, was a court interpreter's office already appointed for you in the past?
Señor, ¿ya se le había nombrado la ayuda de un intérprete en el pasado?
No.
No.
Okay. All right. Is Spanish your primary language?
¿El español es su idioma principal?
Sí.
Yes.
And you need a Spanish interpreter to help you understand all your proceedings in this case?
¿Y si necesito un intérprete español para ayudarle a entender las diligencias en este caso?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I will appoint the Office of the Court Interpreter, so they'll provide a Spanish interpreter for you.
Está bien, voy a nombrar la oficina de interpretación para que le proporcionen un intérprete español.
Okay. Sir, before I go into the charges you're facing before me, I must tell you I have a hold out of Phoenix City Court.
Señor, antes de decirle los cargos por los cuales está ante mí, tengo que decirle que tiene una detención del juzgado municipal.
So my guess is that you'll be seeing a Phoenix judge down the hall at 4:30? 4 o'clock.
Me imagino que
Oh, at 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, at 10 o'clock.
va a ir ante el juez de la ciudad de Phoenix más tarde a las 10.
Okay. So you could not be released until you see that judge, and that judge will decide whether you'll be released on the Phoenix charges.
Entonces no podría ser puesto en libertad hasta que vea a ese juez y ese juez decidirá si puede ser puesto en libertad o no por los cargos de la ciudad.
Okay. There's a bench warrant because you failed to appear for court on possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
Tiene una orden de aprehensión por no haberse presentado en el juzgado por cargo de tenencia de droga peligrosa, delito de la clase 4.
You have already had a lawyer appointed for you.
Ya se le había nombrado un abogado.
You'll be back at 175 West Madison Street in court at 8:30 in the morning on June 30th for a status conference.
Va a regresar el 30 de junio a las 8:30 de la mañana para una consulta de actualización en la dirección 175 al oeste de la Madison.
All right, your judge has ordered that you be held on a $250 secured appearance bond, which means you can go through a bondsman.
El juez de su caso ordenó que lo detuviera con una fianza de $250 para asegurar su comparecencia, que significa que sí puede ir a una compañía de fianzas.
Okay. Very good. Could you just make a general announcement to make sure we don't have any other Spanish speakers?
Sure.
Thank you.
¿Hay alguien más presente que necesita intérprete de español?
No, nada. All right, thanks very much. Have a good day. All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. All right, also, when I call the names, I'm also going to say that someone is on deck. If you're on deck, you'll have a seat right outside the courtroom in the chair there. All right, Nicholas and it's D-E, then H-E-L-L-E. DeHall. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Nicholas Alexander DeHall, August 1633.
You said 8/16/83?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You got two charges before me. One is a bench warrant on a possession of dangerous drugs and a possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 4 and a Class 6. You already have a lawyer appointed for you in regard to that.
Okay.
Your next court date will be a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison. Your judge set bond for you in the amount of $500.
My God.
Okay, now, on that case, I noticed you had your initial appearance on February 10th, 2025, which has a relevance for your other case. In 2025, 125276, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be June 25th and June 27th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison. I do find probable cause to believe you committed this offense, and as I indicated that you're out on release for that other charge, I've already indicated the date. So pursuant to Rule 7.2B, you will be held without bond at this time. You'll be, an evidentiary hearing will be held on June 26th at 1:30 to determine whether the court can set bond for you. Your lawyer will explain to you what's involved with that evidentiary hearing. But in the meantime, you'll be held without bond in this one, and $500 on the other one. All right, step to your left, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to really have.
Oh, that's why, 16th house call. That's right. Carlos Rosas with Mark, Proulx, on deck. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Carlos Rosas, 32387.
All right, sir, you have the following charges against you of domestic, well, one count of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, aggravated harassment based on with an order of protection, a class 5 felony, aggravated domestic violence, class 5 felony, and aggravated harassment in violation of the order, a class 6 felony. I appointed a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison at 8:30. A status conference on June 25th. At this point, a witness preliminary hearing is scheduled for June 27th. You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You must obey terms and orders of protection issued or to be issued. Sir, I also tell you, when I grant orders of protection, I tell people who are applying to be orders of protection, until the order is signed, it's just a piece of paper. But once it's served, it's a court order, and the orders of protection say no contact, except with very limited exceptions. In your case, arranging visitation to a third party, allegedly. Okay. Your bond has been be a security appearance bond of $10,000. If you are able to, it's a security appearance bond. If you are able to post it, you'll have an ankle monitor put on you with a curfew. You'll only be able to leave your home during hours approved by pretrial services, and that can be done during the day, Monday through Fridays, between 8. It can be placed on you between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Step to your left, please. Mark is I'm not sure how to pronounce it, so I don't want to mispronounce it. With Carlos Sandoval on deck. I didn't want to mess up the name, so how do you pronounce your name?
Brew.
Brew? Okay, and your date of birth, sure, you're Mark Brew, okay, and what's your date of birth?
1791.
Okay, you've got a total of 4 matters before me. 3 of them are probation violations, and you have a new case. So let's in regards to the probation violations, you'll be at 201 West Jefferson on the same date for all 3 of them, and I'm appointing a lawyer for you on all 3. On the new case, you'll be at 175 West Madison. Ultimately, they'll be combined, and you'll have the same lawyer, but initially you'll have different dates, okay? So let's start with, and as I indicated on the probation violations, and all 4 of your cases, if you get out, you have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. No weapons, no alcohol possessed or consumed, and no drugs without a valid prescription. So let's start with 2021-11706. And actually, we could probably put them all together in some respects. On all 3 probation violations, you're alleged to have violated terms 6, 7, and 15. And I know you're on intensive probation. So now, actually, in your case, so you have to contact, if you get out, contact your probation officer within 24 hours of release. All right, and as I said, in the first case, 2021-11706, you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. In 2019-133758, you're on probation for endangerment. And in regard to 2024-147401, you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. As I said, I appoint a lawyer for all 3 of those cases. And your court date will be June 26th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson for probation revocation arraignment hearing. So let's now deal with 2025-125271, which is your new case. Possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony. And give me 1 second, let's see this note. I appoint a lawyer for you. You'll have your status conference on June 25th at 8:30, and your witness preliminary hearing is, at this point, scheduled for June 27th at 8:30, which is different from the different dates in the probation violation. And the same release conditions, except bond will be a secured appearance bond of $5,000. All right, so you put them all together. If you post all your bonds, get out, contact your probation officer, and show up for court. Step to your left. All right, Carlos Sandoval with Monette or Monet Jones on deck. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Carlos Sandoval, 12/30/2002.
Okay, I know you're on probation in Avondale. That's my guess is you don't have a probation officer on there.
No.
But that doesn't mean that they won't file a violation of probation and put a hold on you. Okay, right now there's nothing, okay, that I'm aware of. All right, anyway, you're charged with one count of burglary in the 3rd degree, a class 4 felony. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street for status conference on June 25th, and a witness preliminary hearing at this time scheduled for June 27th, both at 8:30 in the morning. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims. You cannot have any contact with a co-defendant. Bond is set in a release, security appearance bond amount of $2,500. Step to your left, please. Ms. Jones, and then Mitchell Espinosa on deck. Your name and date of birth, please.
Monet Jones, June 27th, 1999.
All right. You are charged with 3 counts of child abuse, class 4 felonies. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You'll be at 175 West Madison Street for a status conference on June 25th at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing at this time is scheduled for June 27th at 8:30. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or with the victim or victims, and bond is set in the amount of security appearance bond of $2,500. All right, step to your left, please. Mitchell Espinosa with Charles Moore on deck. Okay, so your name and date of birth, please.
Mitchell Espinosa, 6/9/83.
All right, sir, you, give me 1 second here. Oh, that's right. You are charged with theft of means of transportation, a class 3 felony. I appointed a lawyer for you. You'll be for status conference on June 25th at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing at this point is scheduled for June 27th, also at 8:30, 175 West Madison. You cannot initiate contact with the victim. I will tell you the prosecutors were asking for a $5,000 bond. I'm giving you a break and making only $1,000 security appearance bond. So I do note you have 2 priors, both of the same thing, 25 failures to appear. So I very easily could have made it $5,000, but I made it $1,000. So if you post a bond, you better show up, or else you'll lose it, and there'll be a much higher bond next time, most likely. Step to your left, please. Charles Moore with Fermin Ortiz on deck.
Charles Moore, July 10th, 1981.
710?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to say I was incarcerated during the times that a misdemeanor.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The misdemeanor warrants I have, I was incarcerated during the time. I couldn't go.
Well,
I want you to see something, Your Honor.
Okay, let me just tell you something. You're talking about Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
And let me explain something to you. I'm not dealing with the Phoenix charges.
Okay.
And so at 10 o'clock, you're going to be down the hall seeing a Phoenix judge.
I want you to see this. I'm in really bad shape.
Okay, I just want to...
I'm in really, and my family in Chicago.
Okay, I'm just telling you, sir, listen to me, okay? Phoenix is not the issue right now. That'll be at 10 o'clock when you see a Phoenix judge.
Okay.
They have authority over the Phoenix judge. This is Superior Court.
10 p.
All right, let's explain things to you. All right, now you've got a total of 3 matters before me. 2 of them are probation violations. All right, and one of them in 2024-101-4830, you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. The other one is in 2024-109-122. You're on probation for shoplifting. All right. I'm appointing a lawyer for you on both, and your court dates for those are going to be at 201 West Jefferson, and on your new case, that'll be at 175 West Madison. Ultimately, be combined. I'm appointing a lawyer for you on all the cases, by the way, and the conditions will remain the same in terms of you have to contact your probation officer in 72 hours release. No weapons, no possession or consumption of alcohol, and no. Actually, let me strike that. Let's do the probation violations first. Get out, contact your probation officer in 72 hours. No alcohol, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. You're alleged to have violated term 1 for both. In regard to 2024-101-483, bond has been set at $100 security appearance bond. In 2024-109-122, and your probation for the shoplifting, bond has been set in the amount of $250, alleging a violation of term 1. Now it's talking about the new case, which is shoplifting with artifice, a class 4 felony. Appointing a lawyer for you there. And that one, your status conference will be June 25th at 8:30. Witness preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime or initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness, and all the other conditions such as contacting your probation officer, alcohol, drugs, and weapons. And bond on that is $1,000. So you post all your bonds, and any that might be in Phoenix, then you'll be able to get out, but make sure you make all your court dates, because you have 3 different places initially. All right, step to your left, please.
So if I post my bond, I can get out?
Well, remember, you also have to see the Phoenix judge, so I don't know what that's going to be. Okay, Fermin Ortiz with Jaguar Williams on deck.
Yes, sir.
All right, your name and date of birth, please.
From Ortiz, July 5th, 1990.
Okay, so you're here on a bench warrant on a possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony. You already have an attorney, and you'll be back in court on June 25th at 8:30 for a status conference at 175 West Madison. Your judge said bond in the amount of $500 as secured appearance bond.
Okay.
Okay, make sure you make it to court. That's why you're back here.
Okay.
Okay, step to your left, please.
Okay, so
Jaguar Williams with Naisha Niederhaus on deck.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So your name and date of birth, please.
Jaguar Williams, April 11, 2007.
What's the date of birth?
2007, April 11.
April 11th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you went the year first, which threw me off a
My
little bit.
apologies.
No problem. Looks like you're being held on a $15,000 bond. You've been in since, let me see,
Yesterday.
since June 18th. Do you think you're going to be posting bond on that?
I am posting bond this
Oh, you
morning,
are?
sir.
Okay.
That's the reason why I missed court yesterday. 'Cause I was here.
Okay. When do you think you're going to be posting that?
I believe around 11 o'clock, sir. Where's the EST?
Today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm having trouble hearing you very well. Okay.
I believe around 11 o'clock today, sir. That's the
Okay,
EST.
I'm going to edit this a little bit, by the way. You're positive you're going to be getting
No,
it?
like I'm
Okay,
positive.
because it's affecting what I'm going to be doing. Because if I post a bond, you can get credit for both cases. It's just adding to the bond. But if I release you, you won't get credit for this time you're in, right? You know, if you don't bond out. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You're certain?
No, I'm like 100%. My grandma already went to the bank and pulled out $15,000 in cash.
Okay, so let me just amend this then. Okay. That's why I was setting a bond for you, but,
I have court Monday.
oh, you think you can get it on Monday?
No, I'm saying I have court on Monday, and they said that I would get all my money back as long as I show up on court on Monday.
So this is what's going to happen. I'm releasing you to pretrial services. Okay, so I would say you're getting out in 4 hours on these charges in about 4 hours. But remember, until you post that bond, you still stay in. You understand that?
So all I have to do is just post the bond and I'm good?
On the other one, then you'd be getting out unless you had something else.
I don't have anything else.
I know, I'm just telling you. But I'm saying, otherwise I would say a little bit of bonds, you get credit for it. But based on what you told me, all right? Now, your charges are resisting arrest. It's a class 5 felony. I think it's a class 6, but you'll wait and you talk to your lawyer about that. And minor possession of alcohol. And actually, do have to, all right, obviously you can't, I'm not going to put in your terms, but obviously you can't drink alcohol because of your age.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
But I appointed a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison on July 3rd at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing on July 8th at 8:30. Now, since you have other cases, you may have different dates. You're going to want to talk to your lawyer and see if they can combine them all at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's up to you. But you'll be under pretrial services agency supervision. Make sure you comply with them, because we have warrants come up because people don't comply with pretrial services. You better take it seriously, all right? So you have to contact them, all right? But it's in your packet. All right, step to your left, please.
I appreciate you, sir. You have the rest of the day.
Ms. Niederhaus with Shinara Anderson on deck. Good morning. Good morning. Your name and date of birth, please.
Nisha Niederhaus, 05-1002.
5-10-02?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. You got a warrant out of Coolidge City Court. I don't think there's any hold on you for that. I just want to mention to you, better off to take care of those things so you don't suddenly get a surprise. You know what I mean? Anyway, you're charged with possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony possession of drug paraphernalia. This is best on a bench warrant, I'm sorry. You already have a lawyer in regard to this. It's once, and you'll be at 175 West Madison Street for a status conference on June 30th at 8:30. And your judge said bond for you in the amount of $350. That's why it's important to show up for court. That's why you're here. Okay, so if you post a bond, make sure you make it to court. Okay, step to your left, please. Shinara Anderson with Leilani Chacon on deck.
Anderson.
All right, ma'am, your name and date of birth, please.
Shinara Anderson, February 5th, 97.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Shinara Anderson, February 5th, 97.
Okay. Hold on one second here. That's right.
So tired.
No, it says in the form that a violation was filed on the probation violation, but I don't see it.
Number 37.
You're, all right, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, that's right. You're here for probation violation and a new case, all right? And probation is, you've allegedly violated term 1, not being a law-abiding citizen. You're in probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. And your court date for that one will be at 201 West Jefferson on June 26th at 8:30 for a revocation of arraignment hearing. If you get out, contact the probation officer within 72 hours. No weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. Bond on that is set for an amount of $100 secured appearance bond. And the other new case you have is possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. I'm appointing a lawyer for you on that. Now, you'll be your court dates. Your courts will probably be combined into one court, and they'll probably try to put them all together because you have a status conference at 8:30 and a preliminary on June 25th, and a witness preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison. So your probation violation at this point is scheduled a different date and different place than the status conference on the new case. Same release conditions. Bond on this is also set in the amount of $100 secured appearance bond. So you push your bonds, contact your probation officer promptly, and then within 72 hours, and make both your court dates.
Okay, what's my bond you said?
What? It's $100 on the new case, and $100 on the other. Total $200 through a bond. You can go through a bondsman.
Okay.
Okay, remember you got 2 different places at first, so make sure you make it to all of them. But you can talk to your lawyer, see if they can combine it, and maybe you don't have, so that might change your court dates, all right? But make sure that you go to the dates you have on your paperwork, all right? Step to your left, please.
Thank you.
Leilani Chacon with Travis Fair on deck. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Leilani Chacon, 10/9/1984.
All right, you've got a new case, possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, class 6 felony. Appoint a lawyer for you. You'll be at 175 West Madison Street. Don't lose your paperwork, because you're due there for status conference on July 3rd and a witness preliminary hearing on July 8th, both at 8:30. I'm releasing you to pretrial services, so you'll be out within about 4 hours. But you're gonna get paperwork. You better contact them, because you're also, make sure you comply with them, and make sure you get your drug testing, or else there'll be another warrant against you and you'll be back here.
Okay.
Okay? So take it seriously. All right, step to your left, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Travis Fair. And by the way, Ramon Munoz is on deck. Sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Travis Fair. Travis Fair. Birthday 1288.
1288?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looks like you're on probation in Phoenix City, but I don't know if they're putting a hold on you or not. Okay. Oh, there's a hold?
Well, he's going to be seen at 10 a.m.
At 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you'll be next door at 10 o'clock. I have no control over that, okay, just so you know. You're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be 175 West Madison Street at 8:30 on July 3rd, and a witness preliminary hearing on July 8th at 8:30. Likewise, I'm going to release you to pretrial services with drug testing. So once I told her, read your packet, because you have to contact them. You also have to make sure you get the drug testing, or else a warrant would issue. Now, I'm letting you go on this one, but I can't tell you what's going to happen in Phoenix. So if they hold you, you better contact your lawyers on this case, so they know where you are, okay?
All right.
Because otherwise, it might be a warrant. Because you're releasing this charge, they won't transport you, okay? All right, step to your left, please. Raymond Munoz.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Your name and date of birth, please.
Raymond Daniel Munoz, 8/21/89.
All right, sir, you're here at 2 matters. One is a probation violation matter in CR 2020-003-145. If I remember quickly, you're in, I'm almost positive I know what it is, but just to play it safe, you're on probation for unlawful discharge of a firearm, class 6 felony. Appoint a lawyer for you. For your probation violation, you'll have your revocation arraignment hearing on June 26th, 8:30. And you're alleged to have violated term number 1. You're not to possess any weapons, no alcohol, no drugs with a valid prescription, and you must contact your probation officer in 72 hours. Bond on that is set in the amount of security appearance bond of $500. In the new case, 2025-125270, you're on new charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, and discharging a firearm in the city limits, a class 6 felony. Appointing a lawyer for you. Now, these will be at 175 West Madison at 8:30 for a status conference on June 25th and a witness preliminary hearing on June 27th. Same conditions about no weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription, and contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. Sir, you came pretty close on a probation violation of being held without bond, but as I said, the bond total is $5,500. Make sure you post your bonds and make sure you make all your court dates. Ultimately, they'll be combined in the same courthouse, but initially you'll notice they're in different courthouses. All right, step to your left, please.
Sir, I'm kind of like not that.
Have trouble hearing me?
Yeah, but something about the 5,000. I just need to know.
Okay, 5,000 is set on the new charges and 500 on the probation violation, and you have two different courthouses to go to at first. But ultimately, they'll be put together. But you'll talk to your lawyer about both cases. Okay?
So bond is like 5,500.
500. That's right. Security appearance bond. And make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours after you get released. And no weapons. All right. Cheryl Lynn Johnson with Christopher Valenzuela Lopez on deck.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Your name and date of birth, please.
Sherilyn Johnson, 3/12/87.
Well, you also have a holdout of Mesa, so probably tomorrow morning you'll be seeing a Mesa judge, is my guess. Okay? So I don't think Mesa has any more than just one session a day. So that's my guess, all right?
Okay.
But anyway, you're charged with criminal trespass in first degree, class 6 felony, and criminal damage, class 1 misdemeanor. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Now, you'll be at 175 West Madison on July 3rd at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing scheduled this time for July 8th at 8:30. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims. But I'm going to release you on your own recognizance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You'll be out within a few hours. Well, getting out on these charges within a few hours, but I can't tell you what's going to happen in Mesa. If Mesa holds you and you can't make that court date, you better let your lawyer know where you are. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Step to your
I
left,
appreciate
please.
you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Christopher Valenzuela Lopez with Spencer Obiad on deck. So your name and date of birth, please.
My name is Christopher Valenzuela, 11/29/2000.
11/29/2000?
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. All right. Sir, you've got a Glendale hold of $500 bond, so my guess you'll probably go there tomorrow morning. Okay, unless if you post your bond, you still got to show up there, okay? You're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. Appointing a lawyer for you. You'll be at 175 West Madison from July 3rd at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing on July 8th at 8:30. And I'm also going to release you to pretrial services with drug testing. You should read your packet. No, you have to contact them and make sure you do your drug testing so you don't have another warrant.
Okay.
Now, if for some reason Glendale holds you and you can't post your bond, you got to make sure you let your lawyer know in this case why you're not making it to court, because since I'm releasing you, they won't transport you.
Okay.
For in here in Superior Court, okay?
All right.
So keep that in mind, all right? Step to your left, please. Spencer Oviat. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Spencer Oviat, November 5th, 1994.
Okay, 1 second. I'll be right with you. Okay. You are charged with theft of a credit card, and one class 5 felony, and fraudulent use of a credit card, class 6 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, because right now I'm not sure if you'll be keeping your job, given the circumstances, but that remains to be seen. As I said, I appointed a lawyer for you, as I said. You'll be at 175 West Madison Street for a status conference on July 3rd, and a witness preliminary hearing on July 8th, both at 8:30. I do have to make one quick change about that. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims.
Okay.
I didn't have that before.
Understood.
Okay, and likewise, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You'll be out in a 4 hours, but get the packet. You make sure you contact them and comply with them, or else there'll be a warrant. All right?
Okay.
Step to your left. And finally, we have the house call and. Ms. Moore, why is she house call?
Unable to follow directives.
Okay. Let's talk it this way. First first one we're going to talk about is a bench warrant in CR 2024-1390480. All right, she's a bench warrant in possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. Her next court date will be June 25th at 8:30. She already has an attorney. Bond is set in the amount of $1,000. I would note on this case, she had an initial appearance, I believe, on January 18th, 2025. She's got new charges of possession of dangerous drugs, shoplifting with an artifice, class 4, possession of narcotic drugs, class 4, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6, and 2 counts of shoplifting, class 1 misdemeanors. On all 3 of the drug charges, I do not find probable cause based on the limited information, but in regard to the shoplifting class 4, I do find probable cause, and given the fact that he was on release since January 18th, 2025, pursuant to Rule 7.2B, she will be held without bond. And so, she'll have her status conference on June 25th, preliminary hearing on June 27th, both at 8:30 at 175 West Madison Street, and evidentiary hearing on June 26th at 1:30 at the same address to determine whether bond can be set. All right, so we are in recess on the matter. Calendar.
All right.
Please be seated. All right. Do I have to do anything with this?
No, it looks like you're in the meeting, and I would just refresh your screen, the whole thing, and then you can read the little preamble that's below on the diagram. The interpreter is online, so you're good to start.
Oh, great. Okay. Good morning. This is the 11 a.m. calendar for June 19th, 2025. The court's order for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar of the 1st of this month will apply to all hearings on this calendar.
Buenos días. Esta es la vista inicial de las 11 de la mañana. Estamos al día 19 de junio del año 2025 y la toma de las huellas dactilares y muestras del ADN tomadas el 1 del mes a las 2 de la mañana aplicará a esta diligencia también.
Good morning. We'll start with the first case, which will be Mr. Faustino Morales Francisco.
Vamos a empezar con el primer caso. Llamamos al caso de Francisco Faustino Morales. Good morning, Your Honor. Fernando Venegas with the Interpreter's Office.
Thank you for being here. Please come stand at the podium in the center of the room. The next person who will come...
Pásale aquí al atril.
Is Carla Guerrera Crespo. If you would please sit in the chair right by the door.
Y luego quien va a seguir después del señor será Carla Guerra Crespo. Tome asiento en el asiento afuera de la sala del tribunal.
Please state your name and date of birth.
Señor, dígame su nombre, apellidos y fecha de nacimiento.
Francisco Miguel Faustino Morales, 20 del 07 del 91.
Francisco Miguel Faustino Morales, 07-2091.
Thank you. You have been brought here today on the charges of aggravated assault, dangerous drug possession, and disorderly conduct.
Señor, usted está aquí por las acusaciones como siguen. Tiene usted agresión con agravante, tenencia de drogas nocivas y conducta desordenada.
The court finds that there is probable cause, and so an attorney has been appointed for you, the Maricopa County Public Defender.
Señor, se determina que hay motivo fundado por esas acusaciones y por ello se le ha nombrado a usted que lo represente un abogado de la Defensoría Pública del Condado de Maricopa.
Your next hearing in this case will be at the Superior Court downtown.
La próxima audiencia se le programa a usted, señor, será en el Tribunal Superior del Centro de Phoenix, downtown.
There is a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning, and then a preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 in the morning.
Las próximas audiencias se le programan a usted, señor. Será una consulta para actualización de la causa el 25 de junio, 8:30 de la mañana. La próxima audiencia queda programada para el día 27 de junio, 8:30 de la mañana.
You are entitled to bail. It is a cash bail of $100,000.
Señor, usted tiene derecho a que se le fije a usted una fianza. Y esta fianza será de $100,000 en efectivo.
If you do make bail, you are not to return to the scene of the crime, make contact with victims, contact the co-defendants, contact the arresting officers.
Señor, a usted si deposita esta fianza, se le prohíbe a usted que regrese al lugar del supuesto delito. Tampoco tenga contacto con víctimas supuestas, coautores del delito o agentes policiales del asunto.
You are also not to possess weapons.
También se le prohíbe que usted posea armas.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or consume any alcohol.
Y también, señor, se le prohíbe de que usted posea drogas sin receta válida y también se le prohíbe que posea alcohol.
You may not drive without a valid driver's license.
También se le prohíbe manejar sin licencia válida para conducir.
And you must submit to DNA testing.
Y tendrá que someterse usted, señor, a prueba del ADN.
All of this information and the conditions of your release are on the paperwork with the officer.
Todas estas condiciones estarán por escrito en el papeleo que está aquí con el agente.
So please, thank you.
Gracias.
I'm just going to ask the interpreter to do a general call to see if anyone else
Yes,
does
Your
she
Honor.
need an interpreter.
¿Alguien más aquí ocupará interpretación en español? ¿Alguien aquí no habla inglés? Por favor, levante la mano o diga su nombre.
Okay, we do have one more. It is Miss Carla Guerra Crespo. Please come to the podium.
Muy bien, tenemos aquí a la señora Carla Guerra Crespo. Pásale aquí adelante al atril.
Good morning. Please state your name and date of birth.
Buenos días, díganos su nombre, apellidos y también la fecha de nacimiento de usted.
Carla Guerra Crespo, 5 de enero de 2001.
Yes, Carla Guerra Crespo, January 5th, 2001.
Thank you. You are here today on the charges of shoplifting, removal of goods, class 6 felony, and shoplifting concealment. Go ahead.
Bueno, usted tiene la acusación de ratería de tienda, de remover artículos y también ratería de tiendas de encubrir los artículos.
You do have a right to counsel, so one has been appointed to you.
Tienes derecho de tener abogado defensor. Se le ha nombrado a usted que la represente un abogado.
Your next hearings on these cases will be in the downtown court on June 25th, 8:30 in the morning.
Y se le programan a usted las siguientes audiencias. La siguiente audiencia será en el centro de Phoenix, en el downtown, en el Tribunal Superior, el 25 de junio.
And then a second one, a preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 in the morning.
Y también tiene otra audiencia que se le programa, es la audiencia preliminar. Y esta es para el 27 de junio, 8:30 de la mañana.
The court is inclined to release you on your own recognizance.
La juez queda inclinada a concederle a usted libertad bajo caución juratoria.
But you must promise to follow the following conditions.
Pero con su promesa de que usted va a cumplir con las condiciones siguientes.
Do not return to the scene of the crime.
No regrese al lugar del supuesto delito.
You're not to contact the alleged victims.
También se le prohíbe que usted contacte a la supuesta víctima.
Do not have contact with the alleged complaints or witnesses.
También no contacte a los supuestos querellantes o testigos.
Do not have contact with the arresting officer.
También no tenga contacto con los agentes policiales del arresto.
You are not to possess or use drugs without a valid prescription.
También se le prohíbe que usted posea o consuma drogas sin receta válida.
You are not to drive without a valid driver's license.
También se le prohíbe manejar o conducir sin licencia válida.
You must continue to provide the court with your local address.
Y tendrá la obligación usted de mantener al tribunal al corriente de su domicilio actual.
And you must go to your next hearing.
Y usted deberá de presentarse en las próximas audiencias.
Do you promise this?
¿Usted promete todo esto?
Sí, lo prometo.
Thank you.
Yes, I
You can
do.
pick up your...
Gracias. ¿Puede recoger el papeleo usted?
Oh. She didn't pick up paperwork. Should I call her back?
¿No recogió el papeleo?
Okay. Okay. I believe that's all the translation we need today. Thank you for coming to court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. I'm going to call the next 3 people on the docket. The first one should come inside and stand at the podium. The other 2 should take a seat on those chairs by the door. So the one that needs to come inside is Carlos Bali. And then if Mr. Jarvis Ross and Sanguela Childress will please take a seat by the door. Thank you. Please state your name and date of birth.
Carlos Anthony Valle, 11/28/1989.
Thank you. You are here today because of charges of dangerous drug possession and use. You are entitled to an attorney, and I have appointed one for you through the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office. Your next hearing will be at the Superior Court Complex. It is a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning. Then you'll have an evidentiary hearing June 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon, a preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 a.m. You are on felony release, so you are not eligible for bail, so the sheriff's office will be taking you to those hearings. Did you get any other admonitions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, and your paperwork will be ready for you as you step out.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Mr. Ross, and then if Mr. Roberto Bajinas will take a seat in the chairs. Good morning. Please state your name and date of birth.
Jarvis Javon Ross, 9/23/1982.
Thank you. You are here today on charges of promoting prison contraband, narcotic drug transportation, dangerous drug transportation, and possessions of weapons by a prohibited person. You are eligible for an attorney, so I have appointed one to you in Maricopa County Public Defender. Your next hearing dates are in downtown Phoenix, a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning, and then a preliminary hearing on June 27th, also at 8:30 in the morning. You are bailable as a matter of right. However, the bail has been set at $50,000 cash bond. If you do make bail, you are not to return to the scene of the crime. You are not to initiate contact with the complainant, the witnesses, the officers, or any co-defendants. You are not to possess weapons. You are not to use drugs without a valid prescription. And you are not to drive without a driver's license. You must continue to provide the court with your local address. Those would be the conditions if you do make bail. It's all going to be written on your paperwork, and you can step over there and they'll hand you your paperwork.
Hey, Ross, just have a Oh, there's a county attorney? Oh, is this one, did they want to, did he appear for
I
this
apologize. Please come back for one moment.
case? Yeah, he wanted to appear?
Yeah, there was 11 and 12.
Okay. Okay, just get his appearance and let him.
Okay, there is someone who would like to speak on the record. Which attorney is?
The county attorney, prosecutor. Oh, just the counsel, unmute yourself.
Whoever it is for Mr. Ross, please state your name and enter your appearance.
Judge, I think I can try to clarify it. Mr. Josh Maxwell and I'm Ryan Green. We're both prosecutors with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. Because we both have experience prosecuting this particular defendant, we were hoping to be heard regarding the bond. It sounds like the court has decided a $50,000 cash only bond. Is that correct?
Right. So we went ahead with the $50,000 cash bond.
Okay. Judge, I guess if...
Okay. I apologize. Do you have a statement that you would like to make, and then we'll let the defense make a statement?
Sure, yeah. And I guess I would ask that the court reconsider and perhaps impose a higher bond. We obviously recommended a very high bond, and the court may have been wondering why such a high bond, given the nature of the charges. Obviously, it's serious because it's promoting prison contraband, Class 2 sales or transportation. However, I wanted to, at least on my end, give you a little bit of background on the defendant's criminal history because I think it's important here. He does have his first felony conviction is an attempted armed robbery in CR 2001-002-535. However, there's more to it than just the attempted armed robbery that he went to prison on there. If this, and I'm just going to put this on the record, I certainly don't expect the court to have necessarily heard of this case, but there is a reported Arizona Supreme Court case, State v. Reuben Johnson. And just for the record, the site is 212 Arizona 425. And I'm going to briefly read, Judge, just some of the basic background to give some, context to what happened behind that conviction. This is coming from, again, State v. Reuben Johnson, and it's going to be pinpoint 428 to 429. I'm only going to read a few paragraphs just to give you some of the facts. The paragraph to begin reads, on November 7th of 2000, Reuben Johnson and Jarvis Ross, both members of the Lindo Park Crips gang, committed a robbery at the Affordable Massage business in Phoenix. They committed the robbery at the behest of Johnson's friend, and I'm going to skip over the name. Johnson and Ross then entered the massage parlor through a back door, confronted Stephanie Smith, that name is important, and Russell Biondo. Johnson and Ross stole Biondo's wallet and pager and Smith's cell phone, left the massage parlor separately. Johnson, that is Reuben Johnson, escaped, but police officers captured Ross after a short chase. Smith and Biondo both identified Ross as one of the robbers. Soon after the robbery, Johnson, Reuben Johnson, learned from his friend, a clerk at the Maryville Justice Court, that Ross's preliminary hearing was scheduled for November 15, 2000, and that the victims were going to testify in the preliminary hearing. And again, Judge, this would be Ross's preliminary hearing. I'm going to skip ahead, and I'll just let you know what ends up happening is Reuben Johnson ends up finding Smith while she was in a bedroom reading a story to her 4-year-old son, Jordan. And ultimately, Reuben Johnson walked into Jordan, this is the 4-year-old son's room, and shot Stephanie Smith in the head. Now, Reuben Johnson is currently on death row. So there's a little more, I wanted to give the court that context to put his criminal history, to give some background on his criminal history. Then he also had a promoting prison contraband for which he was convicted. The date of offense was 4/27/2001. The cause number is CR 2001-002-535. Now, I'm also going to point out, Judge, as I talk about the next couple of cases, the release statute does talk about whether the accused has a prior arrest or conviction for a serious offense or violent aggravated felony. The next case that I wanted to bring to the court's attention is he was charged with misconduct involving weapons in CR 2007-150595. In that case, that gun charge where he was a prohibited possessor, that case was dismissed because the evidence was suppressed. The state obviously, and it was prosecuted by a different agency, at least at the time that it was dismissed, disagreed. Nonetheless, this is an arrest for misconduct involving weapons. He was then convicted for simple possession of marijuana in CR 2009-120031. I bring that up a few reasons. Number one, it has not been expunged, but like in the other case, I think it's important to let the court know there is some relevant background or factual background on that conviction. The underlying facts, when you look at the pre-sentence report, that's a public record in that cause number, shows that it involved the seizure of $44,900 in cash. It involved an investigation into the shipment of drugs that were, the police had partnered with FedEx. When he was arrested, he had $600 in cash on him. While he was on pretrial services in that case, and this is also, I believe, in the pre-sentence report, he tested positive for both cocaine and marijuana. He also failed to report to pretrial services 6 times. So that case, ultimately, he was charged with possession of marijuana for sale, but it was pled to a simple possession. It does not appear to be expunged. On December 30th of 2011, he possessed narcotic drugs and drug paraphernalia, and he pled guilty to that. The cause number is CR 2012-006897. Also on that same date, he committed the crime of misconduct involving weapons for a firearm. He pled guilty to that as well in CR 2014-006055. Now, Judge, then on March 14th of 2012, there was a first-degree murder and aggravated assault. He was charged in that case in CR 2012-114731. Full transparency to the court, he was acquitted on that case. Again, under the statute, though, it's something the court can consider, and that's why I want to turn it over to Prosecutor Maxwell to give some background that I think is relevant to his release conditions in this case. He is the one who ultimately tried that case.
Your Honor, thank you. For the record, this is Josh Maxwell. I'm a prosecutor at the County Attorney's Office, and I was the assigned prosecutor on Mr. Ross's former case that you just heard about from Mr. Green. And just so Your Honor's aware, that first-degree murder case lingered in the system for over a decade. It has a tortured procedural history, and it lingered through the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, in full transparency, Mr. Ross was acquitted in that matter on the charge of first-degree murder. However, he did plead guilty as a repetitive offender to a misconduct involving weapons, and the court sentenced him to a greater than presumptive sentence of 11 years. He received credit for more than 2,000 days in custody, and that's why he had a very minimal DOC sentence and was ultimately released on that. But as Your Honor can see from this, the docket in the state's recommendation form that was submitted, that conviction was within the last 3 to 4 years. But more importantly, Your Honor, while Mr. Ross was in custody on that matter, there were 2 other cases submitted into our office that we charged involving conspiracy to promote prison contraband, where he is communicating with individuals on the outside to bring drugs into the Maricopa County Jail. Those cases were charged. They were dismissed pursuant to a plea agreement in the misconduct involving weapons conviction that Mr. Ross has. So, Your Honor, again, we mention these things because a $50,000 bond from the state's perspective is not appropriate in light of this defendant's violent criminal history, his documented status as a West Side City gang member, his, again, associations with other criminals, and in light of the fact, as alleged, the 4,000 plus fentanyl pills and the continuing criminal history. He needs a higher bond, Your Honor, to ensure his appearance in court and to make sure that we keep the folks in our community safe. So we're asking, again, the state would recommend a $500,000 cash-only bond. We're asking the court to impose electronic monitoring and pretrial services in the event he posts bond, drug testing, no contact with any gang members, no contact with any co-defendants. He needs to have significant conditions imposed, Your Honor. And again, we're asking again for the $500,000 cash-only bond in light of all of these circumstances that both Mr. Green and I discussed with you this morning. And I would submit on that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I appreciate your input, and it has changed my mind. So I'm glad that you came and let me know that you were at the hearing today. Because of the allegations and the new information that I received right now, I am going to go ahead and change your bond to the $500,000 cash bond. I'm having a little technical difficulty making that change.
The number slots might be off.
Okay, let me try that again. Okay. And it is based on your prior felonies, and it is based on your gang affiliation.
It's prior felonies that I was acquitted of, felonies that I went to court on and found not guilty?
It's based on the criminal history that was relayed right now. So we are going to ask for the electronic monitoring, and that will be installed before your release, and the times will be determined by the pretrial services. The same conditions apply, though, otherwise, except for we're also going to add no contact with any gangs. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to release you, or we're going to print out new paperwork, and then you'll get that before you leave. Save it, sign it.
sorry. Oh, I apologize. You say, step on the chair.
Okay, perfect. No problem. All right. So we're going to move on. For the council who are still on team, you're welcome to be excused unless you want to be heard on other cases. Were you going to be here for any other?
Your Honor, thank you so much. We have just a brief comment on the next matter I believe you're going to call. Just a real brief comment on that.
Is that for Childress?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, they have to swap.
Right, we have to wait for a moment. So actually, I'm going to take one in between, so please have patience, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, so in between, we're going to go ahead and call Roberto Vejines. Please come to the podium.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Please state your name and date of birth.
Roberto Luis Vejines, 11/30/1988.
Thank you. You are here today on charges of aggravated assault, and it looks like you already have, or an attorney will be appointed to you, but at the next hearing, and your next hearing will be in the Yuma County Superior Court, and that address will be printed on the paperwork for you. Your arraignment date for that is on June 23rd, so that's this next Monday at 8:30 a.m. You are available as a matter of right. However, the bond is going to be a $20,000 secured bond. And here are the release conditions if you do pay that bond. You are not to return to the alleged scene, contact with the victim, contact with witnesses, complainant, the arresting officer, or any co-defendant, so no contact. You are prohibited from possessing weapons, drugs without a valid prescription, or consuming any alcohol. And you must continue to provide proof of address to the court. You must obey any orders of protection that might get issued or orders of harassment that may be issued against you. All of this information is on the paperwork that will be provided to you if you step to your left.
All right. That's it?
That's it.
And then, do they have her yet? They were going to go get her right now.
Yeah, we'll do one more. Okay. Mr. Dean Hall, will you please come to the podium? And then after that, we'll go back to Ms. Childress. Dean Hall, would you please come to the podium? So this is number 10 on the docket. Thank you. I would have liked to give you advanced warning, but we're kind of switching up. Please state your name and date of birth.
Dean Hall, 12/7/94.
Thank you. You're here for the charges of unlawful imprisonment and assault with intent or recklessness and injury. You are going to be appointed an attorney from the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office. Your next hearing will be a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. There will be a preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 a.m. They're both in the downtown courts.
Okay.
You are allowed bond as a matter of right. It is set at $25,000 secured. If you do make that bond, you will have an electronic monitoring device and you will be under PSA supervision. You will get the electronic monitoring device before your release, and you may not leave, or excuse me, you will have some curfew restrictions, but that is up to PSA. If you do make bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, contact with the victim, witness, complainant, or arresting officer. You are prohibited from possessing weapons, drugs without valid prescription, consuming alcohol, or driving a vehicle without a valid license. You must continue to provide the court with your updated address. You must find alternative residence and show proof of that. You must obey the orders of protection, order against harassment if they are issued. Looks like you are currently on probation, so you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this information will be on the paperwork provided to you. Please step to your left. I think we do. Do we have Miss Childress? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Please state your name and date of birth.
Joshua Childress, 7/20/82.
Thank you. Counsel, please announce.
Yes, ma'am. Josh Maxwell from the County Attorney's Office.
Thank you. And you had a statement?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the state would recommend a $25,000 secured appearance bond for Ms. Childress today. We make that recommendation in light of the large quantity of pills that were found, and we would defer to the court on other release conditions, but obviously we have concerns about her contacts with Mr. Ross. It's my understanding that she was in the same apartment or lives in the same apartment as Mr. Ross. So I don't know how the court would handle that matter, but or that issue, but we would defer to the court on that. We just have concerns about those associations and any other conditions, pretrial services conditions that the court feels are appropriate. We would ask the court obviously to impose those, but some kind of a bond. We would suggest a $25,000 secured appearance bond in light of those circumstances as outlined in the PC statement, and we would defer to the court on the other matters. But thank you for considering our position on that, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your input. We are already aligned. So you're here today on the charges of promoting a prison contraband, of narcotic drugs possession for sale, of dangerous drugs possession for use. You have been assigned an attorney. It's with the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office. Your next hearing date will be June 25th at the downtown court. That is a status conference. After that, there is a preliminary hearing on June 27th. Both of those are at 8:30 a.m. You are available as a matter of right, and we did concur with the recommendation, so it is a secured appearance bond of $25,000. If you post bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with the alleged victims, complainant, officers, or co-defendants, so no contact. You are prohibited from possessing weapons, drugs without a valid prescription, and driving without a valid driver's license. You must continue to provide the court with proof of your local address, and they would also like you to submit to a 10-print fingerprint, and that is a court order. So those are the things you need to comply with if you do make bond. All of this information is printed for you, and it will be on paperwork when you step to your left.
What is the scene of crime? Where he was or where I was?
In this case, I would talk to your lawyer about that. I believe it was the place where the crime took place, but please do speak with your lawyer. You have been appointed one.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to your left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be dismissed. All right. Please come to the stand, Terrell Aaron. After that, so please take a seat in the chairs, Candace Mullins and then Cornelius Tate.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Please state your name and date of birth.
Terrell Aaron, 11/26.
Can you say your date of birth one more time?
11/26.
And what was the year?
A.
Thank you. And I apologize, I couldn't hear that. You are here today on 4 different cases, so we're going to go through them individually, and it might take just a little bit longer because I want to make sure you understand.
Can I say something first, Judge?
Briefly.
Okay. I went to court on this charges, and they told me that the case was throughout, and that was over 8 months ago, maybe a year.
Okay. So I'm going to read through what you're here for today. Some of that might be new information to you. Some of it might be what you just addressed. It will all be printed on the paperwork for you, and that will be for you to sort out with your lawyers.
Okay.
Okay. So today, the new charge looks like it's a grand jury warrant for an aggravated DUI, driving on a suspended license. You are entitled to an attorney, so one is being appointed for you through the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office. There will be an oral arraignment hearing on June 26th at 8:30 a.m. downtown courthouse. Again, this is all going to be printed out for you. The bond amount for that new grand jury warrant is $50,000 secure bond. You would be required to have PSA supervision that includes alcohol and drug testing and monitoring. If you do make bond, you are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims, the arresting officer, anyone who was a complainant or witness. You are prohibited from possessing weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, or to consume any alcohol. You must continue to provide the court with your proof of address. Since you are currently on probation, you need to contact your officer within 72 hours. And these same release conditions will be the same for the next 3. So the second one we have here is also, it's the grand jury warrant ag DUI license suspension. So again, you're going to be appointed the public defender. The arraignment is on 6/26 at 8:30 a.m. This one, the bond amount is $65,000 secured bond. And it's the same release condition. On the third matter before this court is driving with a suspended or revoked license. Same public defender will be there. Your arraignment on that is June 24th at 8:30 a.m. This one I just put a placeholder bond, $50, and that's to make sure that if you're still in custody, they'll transport you to the hearing. And then the last one is probation violations. So on this one, because this is a second appearance bond, it is secured appearance bond for $2,500 because this was not the first time for probation violations, but it's the same release conditions as I read through the first time. So all of that will be printed on your paperwork. And if you make bond, make sure you go to your hearings and clear up some of these things. And if you don't, you will be transported to those hearings. Go ahead and step to your left. It will all be on your paperwork.
I'm just trying to understand here. I showed up for court and I got a warrant, and they told me they threw the case out. That's what I don't get.
So you need to have a court order. So speak with your attorney and make sure you get that for the future.
All right.
So yeah, there is your paperwork. Candace Mullins. And then Ilariana Watson, please take a seat at the chairs. Please state your name and date of birth.
Candace Mullins, 01/22/2001.
You're here on allegations of armed robbery with a deadly weapon. The court does find that you are entitled to an attorney. You've been assigned the Maricopa County Public Defender. Your next hearing will be a status conference downtown on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning. After that, you have a preliminary hearing June 27th, also at 8:30 in the morning. You are bailable as a matter of right. You have a secured appearance bond of $10,000. If you are able to pay that bond, your release conditions include you are not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with alleged victims, complainants, arresting officers, or any co-defendants. No contact, even if they call you, don't have contact.
What are co-defendants?
Do not possess any weapons, do not possess any drugs, valid prescription, without a valid prescription, and do not consume alcohol. You need to continue to provide the court your updated local address. And if an order of protection or order of harassment is issued against you, please comply with those orders.
Who are the co-defendants?
So, I'm not going to name them off for you, but
if it's Cornelius and Ariana, we live together. So how does that work?
So if you know of co-defendants, do not have contact with them.
I don't know what the co-defendants are, ma'am. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay. So it appears that it's Mr. Tate, possibly Miss Watson. So if you do, say it one more time.
So we live together. So how does that work?
So one of you will have to choose to leave that residence because you can't be together. You can't have contact.
So somebody got to be homeless?
That is up to you. There are resources for you available when you are released if you do get bonded out or if you bond out, and that will be your choice how to deal with that. If you would like, I can put in the order that you can have one civil standby where you can go with a police officer to collect belongings. Would you like that in your order?
No.
Okay. So
how do I talk to my lawyer?
That's a question for the DO, and all of that will be on your paperwork.
Okay.
Okay. Please step to the left. Thank you. Mr. Cornelius Tate. And then Marquise Bethia, if you will take a seat in the chairs. Please state your name and date of birth.
Cornelius Lavelle Tate, 03/03/1993.
You're here on allegations of armed robbery. and threat of use with a weapon. You have been assigned an attorney through the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office.
All right.
Your next hearing is a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning, and then a preliminary hearing on June 27th, same time, both at the downtown courthouse. The information will be on your paperwork. You are entitled to bond as a matter of right, and that is a secured bond of $10,000.
Okay.
You have the following release conditions if you make that bond. You are not to return to the scene of the crime or have contact with the victims or complainant or witnesses, arresting officers, and you have no contact with any co-defendants. You're not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, and to drive without a valid driver's license. And you need to continue to provide the court with proof of your address. And I understand that you are possibly sharing a residence with a co-defendant?
Yeah, something like that, yes, ma'am.
So I can add to your order a civil order saying that the police will go with you one time to pick up necessities from that residence. Do you want that in your order?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Then the information that I just provided to you is on your sheet, and it will all be available to you if you please step to your left.
Okay, so I got a bond of $10,000 secured. What is that? How much is that?
They can explain that to you. You can get a bail bondsman with that.
All right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Candace Mullen. Nope, here we go. Okay, thank you. Miss Watson, please. And then if Mr. Williams will take a seat in the chair. Please state your name and date of birth.
E. Ariana Watson, March 2nd, 2006.
Thank you. You are here today on allegations of burglary, third degree, and unlawful entry. You are entitled to a public defender, and it's going to be Maricopa County Public Defender. Your next hearing is a status conference on June 25th, 2025. After that, a preliminary hearing June 27th, 2025, both at 8:30 in the morning at the downtown courthouse. The information will be on your sheet. You are bailable as a matter of right. You are being held on a secured appearance bond of $10,000. And if you do make that bond, here are your release conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. You're not to have contact with the victims, alleged victims, complainants, witnesses, the arresting officer, or any co-defendants. You are not to possess any weapons. You're not to have any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. And you must provide the court with proof of your address if it changes. Now, are you in the same situation here where you are a co-resident with a co-defendant?
I could probably figure it out, but does it matter that this is my first offense?
That has been considered. Okay. So would you like to have in your order that you have a civil standby to go back and retrieve possessions? No? Okay. All that information is already printed out for you in the paperwork. Please step to your left. Marquise Bethia, please come to the podium.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please state your name and date of birth.
Marquise Bethia, February 15, 1990.
Thank you. You are here on charges of being a fugitive of justice. So, let me bring up your warrant. It looks like you are on a warrant from Texas. Were you given a card to read in the waiting room?
Yes, I was.
And did you read it and understand it?
Yes.
And do you want to waive your right?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and waive them so Texas can hurry up and the time starts to count.
Okay, so I have to ask you some questions.
Okay.
We skipped all of this, but it's okay. If he understands any of it, you can take them over. So just say, do you understand?
Okay. So this will take just a few minutes because I have to read it word for word, and then your answers will need to be audible so they can be recorded in case the other jurisdiction needs to hear it too.
Okay.
Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
I do.
Do you understand you have the right to an extradition hearing?
I do.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
I do.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned?
I do.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail?
I do.
And then I'm supposed to warn you about... Okay. Do you want to give up all those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes, I do.
Has anyone threatened or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Thank you.
Step over here and sign a couple times.
If you will step over here, there is an electronic pad.
She'll tell you when to sign.
Yeah.
Okay, now what we need to do is close that. Close that. And we're gonna go over here, we're gonna edit. We're gonna say waves, yes. Now we're gonna kill the hearing with the red X. And now, just say yes, I'm sure, close that, and now we need to save it and sign it. Great. And now she's gonna do a couple of things, so give her a minute. She just messed up and we didn't put it at the bottom.
All right, go ahead and sign, make sure you sign,
We got a valid waiver with all that preamble and stuff. It's valid. Very clearly.
Yes.
So we got lucky.
Okay.
It didn't turn into like a 20-minute chit job. Like we're giving her a second to do stuff as well. But and, in just a second, William, she's great.
Okay.
So, normally we just do it because people have questions.
Right.
And slows everything down. But we got lucky.
Yes.
So okay. So you're good.
I'm good to call the next case.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Will Garcia please come to the podium? Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. Not you. Sorry, I didn't move on. Mr. Andrew Williams, please come to the podium. I apologize, sir. Just have to get through the technology. Okay. Please state your name and date of birth.
Andrew Williams, 5785.
No. I'm okay if you want to print it. I'm okay if you want to print it and give it to him. It's on there. It doesn't matter as long as there's a staple. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. You're here on allegations of burglary in the second degree. It looks like you are entitled to an attorney, so Maricopa County Public Defender has been assigned to you. Your next hearing is a status conference on June 25th at 8:30 in the morning, and then a preliminary hearing on June 27th at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for bail, and the secured appearance bond is $2,500. If you make bail, if you're able to pay that secured appearance bond, the orders are you are not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with the victims, the complainant, the arresting officer. You are also not to possess any weapons. You are not to possess drugs without a valid prescription or drive a vehicle without a valid license. Please keep the court updated, and this is actually an order, so even though I'm saying please, you must keep the court updated with your address. All right. So, yeah, that is all of it. All that information is printed out on the paperwork. Please step to your left. Sebastian, Mr. Sebastian. And then after Mr. Sebastian, so Mr. Vasquez may sit in the chair. Please state your name and date of birth.
Humberto Sebastian, 12787.
Thank you. And we'll just wait for a moment. You're here today on charges of dangerous drug possession for sale and drug paraphernalia possession.
Yes.
You do have the right to an attorney, and Maricopa County Public Defender has been appointed to you. Your next hearing is a status conference at the downtown courts on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. and then a preliminary hearing June 27th, also at 8:30 a.m. You have another case before this hearing today, and so you're getting a placeholder bond of $50 on these charges. So let's go to the other charges. You're also here for probation violation.
Yeah.
And also an attorney has been appointed to you for that. The probation revocation arraignment hearing is June 26th at 8:30 a.m. That disposition hearing is at June 26th, same time. On this one, it is a cash-only bond of $2,000. If you are able to make bond in either or both, which you understand the placeholder, you don't want to pay that if you can't pay this other one.
Yeah, I can't pay it.
Okay, so, but if you were able to make bond in this $2,000 cash bond, you need to make sure not to have contact with the arresting officer, don't possess weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, don't drive, don't possess or consume any alcohol, and continue to provide proof of your address. You also would need to check in with your probation officer within 72 hours of release.
How do I do that?
Unless you make bond, the sheriff's office will take you to these hearings.
All right then.
Okay, so all the information's on your paperwork. Please step to your left.
All right then.
Okay. Oh, no. Mr. Vasquez, please come to the podium. And after him will be schoolers. You may take a seat in the chairs. Please state your name and date of birth.
Juan Carlos Vasquez, Jr., 010992.
Thank you. You're here on charges of narcotic drug possession and use, drug paraphernalia possession and use. You have been assigned an attorney, Maricopa County Public Defender. Your next hearing will be June 25th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. and then a preliminary hearing June 27th, also 8:30 a.m. There is a placeholder bond because there are two issues before us today. So this one is a $50 placeholder bond. Do you understand? Okay. The second before us today is a probation violation. So you're also entitled to an attorney, Maricopa County Public Defender. The revocation arraignment hearing will be June 26th, 8:30, and then the same time a disposition hearing. In this one, there is a secured appearance bond of $500. If you make bond, your release conditions include no contact with the arresting officer, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, no driving without a valid driver's license, continue to update the court with your most current address, and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. So if you make bond, it's really important that you go to those hearings. They will all be printed out on the paperwork, but you need to get this sorted out. Okay, please step to your left. Mr. Schooler? And then to sit in the chair, Ebony Gibson, please. Please state your name and date of birth.
Nicholas Schooler, 2/17/1999.
Thank you. You're here today on violations of your probation. So you do have a Maricopa County Public Defender appointed to you in order to represent you at that next hearing, which is the revocation arraignment, June 26th at 8:30 a.m. There's also a disposition hearing set at the same time. There is a secured appearance bond. You violated terms 3 and 5, and it's $100. So if you do make bond, you are not to initiate contact with your arresting officer. You are not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not consume alcohol. Do not drive a vehicle without a valid license. And then please continue to update the court with your address. And if you do make bond, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, all information is ready for you on the paperwork. Please step to your left. Okay, these aren't changing colors. Is that okay?
It's okay. It's because when they close, there's just lag.
Okay.
It can just throw you off and put you someone who you didn't.
Okay. Gibson, please come to the podium, and after that will be Alvarez.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. State your name and date of birth.
Ebony Gibson, August 22nd,
Thank you.
1991.
Yep, okay. You're here today on allegations of probation violation.
Yes, ma'am.
Maricopa County Public Defender has been assigned to you for your hearing. Your hearing will be on June 26th at 8:30 a.m. It's both a revocation arraignment and a disposition hearing. And there has been a bond set for you. You violated terms 3 and 5. It's a $100 secured appearance bond. If you do make bond today, remember, you must not contact the arresting officers.
Okay.
Don't possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, consume any alcohol, drive without a valid license. You need to continue to update the court with your address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
It's very important that you go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, they will issue another warrant.
Yeah.
Okay, all that paperwork, all that information is on the paperwork. Please step to your left. Ms. Alvarez, and then after that is Guila. Please sit in the chair. Gwelly? I'm not sure. Please state your name and date of birth.
Jessica Alvarez, 10/21/88.
Thank you. You're here today on allegations of assault and disorderly conduct. You are going to have an attorney appointed to you, but it will happen at the next hearing because you're going to go to municipal court. It's Buckeye Municipal Court.
Take a quick break. Just take a break.
Okay, one moment, please.
Sure.
Careful. Take your time. You got plenty of time.
Okay. No problem.
We're going to edit that, right? And just say not entitled right there. Okay. And then save and sign, and she can reprint. And then I usually tell the officer we're going to reprint, and they have to pull their copy.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. There has been a change in procedure.
Okay.
So the change is that you can hire your own lawyer, but because these are misdemeanors, we are no longer appointing the lawyer for you at Buckeye.
So they're not going to give me a lawyer?
They may, but we can't appoint one for you here. You can ask the judge there when you go. So make sure you go to your hearing. That information will be on the paperwork.
Okay.
And if they don't appoint one, you can hire one, but I just can't appoint one for you today.
Okay, that's fine.
Your conditions of release are don't go back to the scene of the crime, no contact with any alleged victims, complainants, witnesses, arresting officers, or co-defendants. So no contact with any of them. Don't possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a license. And then please keep the court updated with your address if you do move. That is an order. It's not a request. It's very important we know how to reach you. And the information about where to go, the Buckeye, it will be on your paperwork. They are reprinting it for you. So just please make sure not to leave without your paperwork.
Okay.
Okay, you may step to the left.
I have a question. This fool's got my property and my dog. So do I have to go through my mom to get my stuff back?
Right. So no contact, but we can put in a civil standby order in this paperwork for you too, so that you can go one time and retrieve your items with the assistance of a police officer at their convenience. Would you like to have that in the order?
Yeah, we're going to do it.
Okay, we're going to do it for
Have to
you.
do a civil stand?
You don't have to take advantage of it, but at least it will be in your order.
Okay.
If you'd like to take a seat, I'm going to fix your order and reprint it, and then we'll bring it to you.
Okay,
Thank you. Yep.
I would do order of protection, and then down here, I would do one civil standby, make a warrant for them.
Oh, no.
That's a common residence. Resident residence.
This is the whole
permitted.
you watching me.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Permitted, okay. And dog.
And the dog is a balloon.
Okay, that's true.
Right, and then we just save, sign, and show me printed. Yeah. Okay, we're good. And then just give them a thumbs up and they'll include.
Okay. Sorry for all the strange ones. Okay, so I think I'm here.
Yeah, I'm the queen of editing and resource because I'll catch mistakes and I can't look away.
Okay. Ms. Gwelly, please come to the podium. And then Brent Croft, if you'll sit in the chair by the door. Please state your name and date of birth.
Justin Mary Gwelly, 13185.
Thank you. You're here today on charges of fraudulent schemes and artifices, dangerous drug possession and use, shoplifting. So this court has found that there was probable cause for these crimes, and so we are appointing an attorney to you, Maricopa County Public Defender. There will be two hearings on July 3rd, there's one on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. It's a status conference, and then a preliminary hearing on July 8th at 8:30 a.m. You are going to be released under PSA supervision today. So that's pretrial services.
Okay.
If you promise the following conditions. So here is what you have to agree to.
Okay.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, contact with any of the alleged victims, contact with the alleged complainant or witness, with the arresting officer, or with the co-defendant. You are not to possess weapons, possess any drugs or without a valid prescription, or drive a vehicle without a valid license.
Okay.
You must keep the court updated with your proof of address.
Okay.
Do you promise these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That will all be printed for you on the paperwork. Please step to your left.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Croft?
Hello.
Please state your name and date of birth.
Brent Croft, January 15th, 1995.
Thank you. You're here today on reckless driving, and
It's okay. You can just keep talking.
okay.
Just say your name.
Okay. That's okay.
He's already been convicted.
So it's a justice court warrant, is the warrant that has brought you here today. We do not appoint an attorney for that, as you might have just heard. There is a hearing set for you, though. It's an arraignment on July 3rd at 1 p.m. at North Mesa Justice Court.
Okay.
It's really important that you go to that hearing or there will be another warrant issued.
Okay.
So July 3rd at 1 p.m. You are going to be released on your own recognizance if you can promise the following things. Do not contact the arresting officer. Do not possess weapons. Have drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid license, and you must keep the court updated with your current address. Do you promise that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
yes,
thank you. They're reprinting your paperwork, but then it'll just take one moment.
So question. So I appreciate you so much for this. So do I still have to pay my bond from the other court?
So I have not set a bond for you today. However, whatever is going on with North Mesa Justice Court, you need to deal with them on that. So it's really important you go to that hearing and deal with that there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Do you need anything from me?
We might have been talking about bonds in other courts, but we don't know. We
Do I
only
need
have the
to
one.
sign or anything?
No, you do not need to sign. Please step to your left. Thank you.
I think he would, because he had bonds in other cases. I think he would say, do I still need to pay the bonds in the other cases? The answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because we only have one case. Where they'll often ask you about their warrants in other courts, and all you can say is, I have nothing to do with it. I don't know. Sorry, talk to the officers. They may have more info for you.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Siegfried, please come to the podium, and Mr. Martinez, Isaac Martinez, please sit in the chair by the door. Come on up to the podium right here, sir. Thank you. Please state your name and date of birth.
My name is Joseph Siegfried. Birthday is 09/14/2002.
Thank you. You are here today for a justice court, DUI. There were 3 charges against you, DUI, drugs, with more than the slightest degree, and extreme DUI because you were between 0.15 and 0.2. So it looks like you are already in the case, but there is a hearing coming up, so I'm not going to appoint a new attorney for you today.
Okay.
There is an arraignment hearing.
It's brand new.
Oh, it is brand new.
We did PC for this guy. But let's look at his financial profile, because he can get a lawyer. Okay, just say, right now you have financially qualified for court appointment. You have the right to hire a member to represent yourself. But here's how you know it's in your case. Close that.
Because it says
I'll
here.
rather say the name, say you're here because, and read it immediately below.
Okay.
You're here because, and that'll tell you what you're doing.
I apologize. I'm going to start over.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Siegfried, you're here today in a justice court new case out of the White Tank Justice Court. And it looks like it's for the charges I said before. We do not find that you are eligible for an attorney to be appointed right now. When you go to the hearing, you can ask them if you would like to try and get an appointment there at the Justice Court. Your arraignment date is on July 8th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m., and it will have the address printed on your paperwork. The court's releasing you today on your own recognizance if you can make the following promises: that you not initiate contact with the arresting officer, that you don't possess any drugs without a valid prescription, that you don't consume alcohol, do not drive without a valid license, and keep the court updated with your address. Can you promise that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's printed out on your paperwork. Please step to your left. Mr. Martinez, and then Philip Dickerson will sit in the chair. Please state your name and date of birth.
Isaac Martinez, 10/22/1999.
Thank you. You're here at a Superior Court new case from out of the El Centro Justice Court. It looks like you are charged with drug paraphernalia possession, use, and criminal trespassing, 3rd degree. You are being appointed a public defender from Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to go with you to your first hearing, which is downtown court on July 3rd at 8:30 in the morning. That is a status conference. Then there's a preliminary hearing July 8th, also at 8:30. This will all be on your paperwork with the address. You're being released today on your own recognizance if you can promise the following things. You are not to return to the scene of the crime. You're not to have contact with the alleged victims or complainant, witness, or the arresting officer. You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid license. And you must keep the court updated with your address. Can you promise these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may get your paperwork and step to the left.
Thank you.
Dickerson, please come to the podium, and Madsen, please sit on the chair.
Hi.
Good morning. State your name and date of birth.
Philip Andrew Dickerson, 6/23/1984.
Thank you. You're here today on a new case from the Superior Court, but it's originating out of South Mountain Justice Court. It looks like it's for narcotic drug possession, narcotic drug possession, or dangerous drugs use. We are appointing a public defender for you, Maricopa County Public Defender, at your next hearings. They're both going to be in the downtown court complex. All the information will be on your paperwork, but they are for July 3rd and July 8th, both at 8:30 a.m. The court would like to release you on your own recognizance if you can promise the following. Do not initiate contact with the arresting officers. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid license, and keep the court updated on your address. Can you promise that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. That's on the paperwork printed. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
Madsen to the podium, and Madero, nope. We've got the house call, so if Mr. Mill, to the podium, sir. Right behind you. You just have to step to the podium. Thank you. And then after that will be Nelson, but we will, yeah. Please state your name and date of birth.
Michael Allen Madsen, 2/12/66.
Thank you, sir. Today you are here on charges of drug paraphernalia possession and use. You will have an attorney assigned to you from the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office for your hearing. That's going to be at the downtown court office on July 3rd at 8:30 in the morning, and then again July 8th at 8:30 in the morning. This will be printed for you on the paperwork. Please go to your hearings. Do not lose this. Okay? We are going to release you today because we did not find probable cause, so you don't have any conditions. But please go to your hearings. The cases are not dismissed. Those cases are going to go on. You need to go to court.
All right.
Okay, you can get your paperwork and step over to the left.
Okay, then I'm going to do my house call with this officer while we get ready to finish up.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read into the record the house calls, and then we will finish up. But I'll...
The experience motivation of what you're doing, if they're not picking it up, I will call up the officer.
Yes.
He knows, he's good.
So I'm going to do 2 house calls, read them into the record, and then we'll...
Let's scroll. Scroll? Yeah.
Is he here?
Is he here? Okay. Oh, he got moved? Oh, he ended up moved to the 5. Should we pull, let's pull him back down, because she already prepped it. We can do it. So this guy ended up making it back, and he's in the court. Where's Eric Alleman?
Oh,
Yeah,
he's there.
so she has to re-add it. You can't do them down because they're closed. So we'll have to, when she's ready, you can refresh.
Okay.
And then bang, and then he doesn't have to wait until 5 o'clock.
I
Because
agree.
he can then go back to his pod or wherever he came from.
Should I still read the house calls into the record?
No, that's a time killer. So if you're busy the whole time, don't read the house call to the end. If you got something going on and you got a window, use it to do your house calls, but otherwise we just keep them moving and then, so he can come in.
Okay.
He's good, yeah.
Right, he's at the end.
Okay, so just refresh right here.
Yeah.
Big refresh, not little, the little one doesn't work. And then.
One moment, please, our technology.
No problem.
Okay, we just blanked, man. I'm trying to refresh it, blank. Okay, here it comes. Here it
Oh,
comes.
I did it again.
Yeah, that'll teach you. Okay, so so he should be at the bottom now. There you go. All right.
Okay, here we go.
So he got page 2 of the client, a new one. It comes with automatic probation hold. That's what's happening. So he has to go to court. He's stuck until August anyway. You need to worry about anything. Just placeholders. Tell him to talk to his lawyer. He's going to be all freaked out. He's going to ruin everything. Just say talk to your lawyer.
Okay. Please state your name and date of birth.
My name is Eric Jeremy Aleman, 05/13/1995.
Thank you. You're here today for 5 different cases. Okay, so we'll just read through them. It's a Superior Court arrest warrant. This warrant's for narcotic drug use possession, drug paraphernalia possession. The offense dates were back in February of 2025. They're just now hitting. And we are going to assign you Maricopa County Public Defender for these cases. There is a status conference June 25th at 8:30 in the morning, another preliminary hearing June 27th at 8:30 in the morning. Normally this would be available, and so I have set a secured appearance bond. It's a placeholder bond though for $50, and the reason I did that is because based on the other things that we're going to go through, you're going to be in custody, but we want to make sure the sheriff's office takes you to your hearing.
Okay.
So that $50 placeholder bond, don't pay it because you want them to transport you and resolve these outstanding issues.
Yeah, I want to get them resolved as well.
Right, okay. So,
You can just say everything else is on your paperwork.
yeah, everything else is on your paperwork, but let me tell you what the other cases are. The next one is probation violation warrant, and this is a probation revocation arraignment hearing, 6/26 at 8:30, disposition at the same time, same $50 placeholder bond. And then after that, same thing, $50, 6/26, 8:30 in the morning. They stacked them all up for you. And yep, they're all the same. I'm just verifying. It's all just $50 placeholder bonds to make sure that the sheriff's office gets you to the hearing.
Yeah.
You're not eligible otherwise to be released. So
does that change my release date? Because my release date is August 1st.
this all happened in June.
Okay.
This is June 26th.
Okay.
So this is gonna happen next week, next Wednesday.
Okay.
All right?
I
So
appreciate it.
just, yeah, make sure you go to your hearings. If for some reason you do get out, you need to go to the hearing.
No, I
But it'll
understand.
all be on your paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then you just say, are we clear? Just say, officer, are we, just say, officer, are we, oh, and they need to get him out after, so now you could do, or if she's gonna take him out, is she gonna take him out? You got it. Oh, okay, sorry. I guess we're doing the paper. Oh, we gotta sign, oh, because they're new ads, you gotta re-sign them, yeah.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No, it's okay, I forgot. It kept your choices, it just didn't keep your signature when we added them.
And probably the system going down at the same time wasn't helpful either.
I think because it created them as a new instance, which she wouldn't come. Okay, we're good. All right, so now you should read your house calls because she has to print off before they can take them back. She gets them to make a record of the house calls. And that's what I said.
Okay.
Are they not present because they've been isolated as a potential risk to themselves?
In the matter of Madero and Romano, officer, have these individuals been isolated because of a potential risk to themselves or others?
Zero?
He's like, he's used to people wanting waivers, I shortcut it, he's gonna tell you, you can do with it as you choose. If you want more info, ask him questions.
That's not following directives.
Please say that louder.
He wasn't following directives.
Okay, so they've both been isolated. There's Madero and Romano.
Yeah, Romano is awesome.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go on the record here for Mr. Johnny Madero. We will be doing an in-cell initial appearance for him, but this is what the record will reflect. Johnny Ray Madero, date of birth 8/17/1992, Superior Court. It's a new case for burglary in the second degree, narcotics, drugs, possessions, use. He is appointed counsel to Maricopa County Public Defender's Office. His next hearings will be on June 25th, 8:30 a.m. for a status conference. Preliminary hearing June 27th, also 8:30 a.m. He is eligible for bail. Secured appearance bond of $5,000 has been set with no contact to the alleged crime, scene of the crime, victims, witness, complainant, arresting officers, or co-defendant. And he's also not to possess any weapons, drugs without valid prescription, consume alcohol, or drive without a valid license. And if there are any changes, I do not intend to update this recording, but it will be in the written order. For Mr. David Romano, also be an in-cell visit. This is Superior Court arrest warrant. He is alleged to, with a count of narcotic drug possession use, drug paraphernalia possession use, resisting arrest, passive resistance. He's also being assigned Maricopa County Public Defender's Office. His first hearing will be June 25th, 8:30 downtown status conference with a preliminary hearing June 27th, 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond, $50. He has a placeholder bond because his first court date in Phoenix is tomorrow, June 20th, 2025. So I'll make sure to inform him of the importance of compliance. He needs to not initiate contact with the alleged victim, the arresting officer, possess weapons, have any guns without a valid prescription, or drive without a license. If there are any updates to this, they will be reflected in the written order. I do not intend to come back and change the recording.
So, just trying to point out, thank goodness, we don't have a pre-trial on either of these under sex cases, so it's mandatory. So right here, we're just going to edit, show, no, okay, by the way, not mandatory in Family Register, we just always do it, and
Okay, Mr. Nelson, please come to the podium. Right here by the podium, so you can speak into the microphone. Thank you. Please state your name and date of birth.
Miller Nelson,
And your date of birth.
12/15/63.
Okay. You're here today because you of a grand jury warrant. So they're alleging that you failed to register as a sex offender. You are being appointed an attorney, the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office, and you do have a hearing on June 26th at 8:30 in the morning. It will all be on the paperwork that they are printing out for you today. We have set bond today at $1,000 cash only. And if you do pay that bond, if you're able to pay it, then you will receive a mandatory pretrial services that includes an ankle monitor they'll put on you before they release you. The curfew is determined by PSA. If you do make that bond, you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess weapons, drugs without a valid prescription, consume any alcohol, or drive a vehicle without a valid license. You must continue to update the court with your address. All of that information is printed out. Please step to your left. Thank you. Mr. Valencia, please. Please state your name and date of birth.
Stephen Valencia, 08/30/1986.
Thank you. You're here today on a new case. The charges are sexual exploitation of a minor and unlawful age misrepresentation. We have appointed you counsel through the Maricopa County Public Defender. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference downtown on June 25th, 8:30 a.m., and a preliminary hearing is set for you also on June 27th at 8:30 a.m. There is bond available in your case, and it is $50,000 secured appearance bond. If you do make that bond, you'll have pre-SA supervision, which means you'll have an electronic ankle monitor, and they will put that on you prior to release, and you will have a curfew that they give you. If you also make that bond, you do have conditions. No contact with the alleged victims or with the complainant, witnesses, arresting officers. You are not to have any contact with minors. Also, I need you to know these current allegations indicate significant sexual interest in young children, a deliberate attempt to sexually victimize a child, and a high potential for future hands-on offenses in this community. So no minor contact with children is ordered because of this alleged behavior. It strongly indicates that you have a sexual interest in children, and research indicates that people with this pedophilic interest are more likely to act on those interests when other means of engaging are. So we're trying to keep that curtailed. You are prohibited from accessing the internet through electronic means, and there is exceptions. You may go online for work, for school, and for legal matters only. You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive without a valid license. You need to provide your current address to the court and keep us updated if you change it. All of this information is printed out for you and provided on the paperwork. Please step to your left.
So how does that work? I mean,
So these are the allegations that have brought you here today, and I have set those conditions for your release. They're all listed out on the paperwork. If you have legal questions, you'll need to talk to your attorney that has been appointed to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and then we have the two house calls.
Yeah, we already made the recommendation. We can say, anybody wanting to find the record for the two house calls, it was about 10 minutes ago on this recording.
Okay. So the two house calls for Johnny Madero and David Romano have already been made about 10 minutes prior on this recording. At this time, the 11 a.m. calendar will stand in recess until 2 p.m.
No, I think they're calling I-8 so they'll probably transfer it to the bench one. Okay.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you come to the courtroom, I'll ask for you, please, okay?
Will you let her know? I think she's in the office. She's not
I talked to him already, so yeah, I seen him earlier. Yeah, thank you though. We'll stay on my line, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, so he's coming to the phone. Right now?
Yeah, I can answer it.
Oh, you have it? Sure. Hello, do I have Christopher on the line?
Hello.
Hi, are you Christopher?
I am.
Okay, Christopher, if you will hang on the line really quick, we're going to go through some preliminary stuff, and then I'll do your hearing. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Thursday, June 19th. The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of June will apply to the hearings on this calendar. As we get started in here this afternoon, I will do one hearing first that I have on the phone in here, and then I will start calling you out of the gallery. Once I get started with all of you here in the courtroom, I'll ask the first person to work their way into the courtroom behind this gray podium. I'll ask the next two people to have a seat in the two chairs right inside this door. So we'll progress through the calendar. That way you'll go from the second chair to the first chair, from that first chair into the courtroom. Once you're in the courtroom, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth. Then I will explain to you why you're here. I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, sometimes called a public defender. Whether or not you qualify for a public defender, you all have the right to the assistance of counsel, and you have the option to hire private counsel if you choose to. After we talk about lawyers, I'll give you the next court hearing dates and times you'll be required to attend. And the last thing we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody. If you are, we'll go over on what terms you could be released. In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent. These are recorded criminal proceedings. Anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom could be used against you. Unless you have already made arrangements with a private lawyer, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom to defend you. Because most of you will not have a lawyer in here, and because anything you say could be used against you, I will strongly caution all of you against making any statements regarding the facts about why you're here. I encourage you all to save any questions, comments, statements that you might feel inclined to make about the facts that brought you here for a hearing where you have a lawyer present to discuss that with before you make any statements that you can't take back. Last thing I will tell you all is that all of the information you get while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written order. You will all get a copy of your individualized order, so please don't feel like you need to memorize the conditions you get in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you because it will have all the information that you got in the courtroom. Okay, Mr. Stress, I'm ready to do your hearing. Can you please tell me your name and date of birth?
Christopher Stress, 10/21/84.
Thank you, Mr. Stress. I am seeing you this afternoon on a probation violation warrant issued by the Pima County Superior Court.
If you don't already have a lawyer assigned to you in that Pima County case, you are entitled to one, and the Pima County judge will assign a lawyer for you at your next court hearing. Your next court hearing on that warrant will be an arraignment hearing June 24th. It will take place in the Pima County Superior Court. The Pima County judge has indicated that you are not eligible for release on that warrant. That means you will be held in custody at least until you see the Pima County judge June 24th at 8:30.
I have a question. Is this due to the crimes because I was on probation in Maricopa County and they sent it all to Maricopa County from Pima County. So is this for the same crimes I'm on my probation review for here?
I don't know. I don't know the circumstances of your Maricopa County probation, but I can tell you that the warrant issued by Pima County lists offenses of fleeing from law enforcement, solicitation to commit organized retail theft, solicitation to commit burglary, and facilitation to commit trafficking in stolen property. So those are the alleged offenses in the Pima County probation violation warrant.
The ones that I was on probation for, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong there. I wasn't even in Pima County. The only thing I did was my stuff up here. I'm just guessing that maybe they're saying I violated down there because I was on probation up here.
Is Pima County supervising your probation?
No, they weren't. They transferred everything to Maricopa County. That's why I'm confused on this.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to answer those questions for you. So the warrant that I have was issued December of 2024. Like I said, I don't have your Maricopa County case, so I don't know what the circumstances are in that. I don't know if it was transferred after that. Those are all questions that you'll want to talk to the lawyer that's assigned for you about, and or the Pima County judge.
It sounds like they're just trying to throw the book at me too for something I did up here, and I don't think it's anything that serious. I'm already handling the things here, so.
Okay. Keep working then with the lawyer you have here. You can talk to your lawyer here about the Pima County case too and see if somebody can get you going in the right direction.
Yeah, because there's no case in Pima County, even though they're saying there is. I wasn't even in Pima County. I was in Maricopa County the whole time.
Okay, very good. We'll talk to your lawyer about that, and good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, Mr. Townsend, I will take you and your client next.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Gregory Alford, if you'll step into the courtroom, please. Thank you. If I could start by asking you, Mr. Gregory Alford, to state your name and date of birth.
Trey Gregory Alford, May 4th, 2006.
Thank you very much. Appearance of counsel, please.
And Judge Corwin Townsend on behalf of the defendant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Townsend. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Mr. Alford, you are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is one count of criminal speeding. It is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Based on the information provided to me by law enforcement, I am inclined to find probable cause to support that allegation. Before I do that, Mr. Townsend, anything that you wish for the court to consider in addition to what's in the Form 4 in regards to probable cause?
No, Judge.
Okay, then I do find probable cause to support that allegation. Because that allegation is a misdemeanor, you would not have been entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. Mr. Townsend, your notice of appearance is for, at least right now, for this hearing only?
Correct, and going forward, it is as well. So.
Oh, for all proceedings?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I will do is I will note Mr. Townsend as your attorney of record. All communications going forward will be made from the court to your lawyer, so please make sure you stay in constant communication with him. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing July 9th. It will be at 9 o'clock in the morning. It'll take place in the South Mountain Justice Court. Mr. Townsend, before I impose any release conditions, do you wish to make argument or recommendation regarding release?
Judge, we'd ask the court to release him OR. He has no criminal history. The nature of these charges, I think that he's a strong candidate for OR release, given the nature of the charges and given the fact that he has no criminal history.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Townsend. I do tend to agree. I don't have substantial concerns. Mr. Alfred, that you pose a substantial risk of harm to the community, so I will release you on your own recognizance. What that means is you will be released from custody. You don't need to post a bond to secure your release. You are required in exchange for that release to make a promise that you will voluntarily attend your next court hearing on the 9th. Can you promise me that you will be in appearance in the South Mountain Justice Court on July 9th at 9 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I will release you. Once you're out of custody, you cannot operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Okay to operate one if you do. If you do have a valid driver's license and you operate a motor vehicle, you are ordered to comply with all rules of the road, including posted speed limits. Anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter, Mr. Townsend?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Alfred or Mr. Townsend, to both of you, I did change the designation to make you counsel of record on this, so we'll get this release order reprinted. Do you want a copy, and you want your client to have a copy?
My client's fine with it.
Just your, okay. So then you are free to be excused if you wish to be, and Mr. Alfred will get your paperwork to you. Do you want a minute with your client?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right, then we'll get you your paperwork to you. You can step back to your left. You can head out the door if you're ready to leave.
Okay, I'm get out. Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Okay, if I could please have Eric Wilcox into the courtroom behind the gray podium. Joseph Kohlmeyer, if you would please take a seat in this first chair right inside the door. Jennifer Padilla, if I could ask you to please take a seat in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Eric Christopher Wilcox.
And what's your date of birth?
3286.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a status conference, or excuse me, is a failure to appear warrant that was issued by the Superior Court when you didn't appear at a status conference. That status conference took place in an underlying existing felony drug case. You have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearings in that matter will be a new status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Yeah, so I maybe I was actually in jail for that meeting.
Okay.
I was in custody in Mesa.
Okay.
That's why I wasn't able to make it to court because I was already in custody.
Okay. Let me finish because that doesn't change the nature of what's the end result here.
Okay.
So on that existing warrant, that judge has indicated that you have a $500 secured appearance bond. But the reason that the circumstances of the failure to appear aren't going to change the end result here is because you're also here on a different matter. The second matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are one count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support the paraphernalia allegation. I did not find probable cause to support the narcotic drug allegation. My finding of no probable cause on that allegation is because I think law enforcement just misbooked it. It should have been a dangerous drug allegation. But in any event, there is probable cause for the paraphernalia. There is no probable cause for the narcotic drug allegation. On the new charges, you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, and I've appointed one for you in that case. Your next court hearings on the new charges will in part be the same as your hearings on that existing case. So you will have a status conference the 25th and a preliminary hearing the 27th. Those are the two that will be the same in both cases. The difference is that on the new allegation supported by probable cause, that paraphernalia allegation, because it is a felony offense that is alleged to have been committed while you were on release in that existing felony case, you're not legally eligible for bond on the new charges. You will be held in custody without bond, at least until an evidentiary hearing is held on the new charges. That hearing will be June 26th at 1:30. So the reason that the circumstances of your alleged failure to appear in that existing case don't change the result is because under Arizona law, even if you had gone to that hearing and you weren't on warrant status, because these new allegations were picked up while you were on release in that case, you aren't eligible for release on bond, even if you had attended that hearing. Do you understand that information?
No, not really.
So really what's happening is you had an existing felony drug case. you didn't go to a hearing in that case, and you're telling me it's because you were in custody at that time.
Yeah.
But when you picked up these new charges, you were out of custody and you were already subject to a pending felony case. So because you had an existing felony case pending when you were picked up on the new charges, Arizona law says you're not eligible for release on bond.
Yeah, the new charges, I was trying to get my girlfriend to come back, she bad,
Yeah, so talk to your lawyer about that. I don't want you to make any statements that could be used against you. So talk to your lawyer about the circumstances of your new arrest. But for purposes of this hearing, the only option I have is to hold you without bond. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. You can step back and get your paperwork. Joseph Kohlmeyer, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Connor Sherbane, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Joseph Kohlmeyer, February 6, 1987.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlmeyer. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a bench warrant that was issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. In that case, you already have a lawyer assigned to you. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearings in that existing case will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing the 27th, both at 8:30 downtown. On the existing case, on that warrant, you have a $4,500 cash-only bond. The second matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are one count of dangerous drug possession for sale, one count of narcotic drug possession for sale. Both of those are Class 2 felonies. And last is one count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on the new allegations will, in part, be the same as your hearings on that existing case. So you will have a status conference the 25th and then a preliminary hearing the 27th. Those are the two that will be the same. The difference is because those new allegations are felony offenses alleged to have been committed while you were on release in that existing felony drug case, on the new allegations you are not eligible for release on bond. So you will be held in custody without bail at least until an evidentiary hearing is held. That hearing will be June 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Between now and that hearing on the 26th, you will not be eligible for release on bond. Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kohlmeyer. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jennifer Padilla, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. David McCaffrey, if you would please take a seat in the second chair. Sure. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jennifer Rose Padilla, 3/6/1965.
Thank you very much, Ms. Padilla. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a bench warrant that was issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. In that case, you already have a lawyer assigned to represent you. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearings in that existing case will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On the warrant in that existing case, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are one count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those two new allegations, and I appointed a lawyer to represent you against them. Your next court hearings on those new allegations will in part be the same as your hearings on that existing case. So you will have a status conference the 25th and a preliminary hearing the 27th. The difference will be that on the new charges, because they are felony allegations alleged to have been committed while you were on release in that existing felony case, you're not eligible for release on bond on those new allegations. So you will be held in custody without bond at least until an evidentiary hearing is held. That hearing will be June 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. But between now and that hearing on the 26th, you will be held without bond. Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Padilla. You can step back and get your paperwork. Connor Sherbane, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Trent Bias, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Connor Sherbine, August 19th, 1996.
Thank you, Mr. Sherbine. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 4 counts of aggravated assault as Class 2 felonies and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving weapons, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, based in part on a written recommendation from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, you have a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to. If you do post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons upon release. You also cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription if you are released from custody. Do you understand those conditions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sherbain. You can step back and get your paperwork. David McCaffrey, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Sarah Lazore, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
David McCaffrey, it's 9/7/80.
Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of fraudulent schemes and artifices, that's a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing the 27th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the location where the underlying events allegedly took place. You cannot initiate contact with the complainant or person that reported these alleged events. You also cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription if you're released. Do you understand those conditions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, what do you not understand?
So I understand the 5,000 secure bond, but I have no charges. I'm not on probation, not on parole. I mean, is there any way we can do an ankle monitor or?
So at this point in the proceedings, you will have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release. One of the reasons is because of your prior criminal history, at least in part containing forgery allegations. One of the other reasons is due in part to the county attorney's commitment to prosecution of organized retail theft types of felonies. So I will tell you that I did receive a written recommendation from the county attorney's office regarding release conditions in this matter. The county attorney's office has indicated that they believe you pose a continued risk of danger to the financial interests of the community. The county attorney's office also indicated in their written recommendation that they believe that you might pose a flight risk.
Not at all, Your Honor.
So those are all factors that I have to consider, and all of those factors do weigh in favor of the imposition of a bond. So you will have to post that in order to be eligible for release.
Okay. The problem is I'm a caretaker for my for my significant other who has multiple myeloma of cancer, who's literally, dying. And I'm all she has. She doesn't have her mother. She doesn't have her father, and she's home right now and probably has no idea where I've been or she has none of her medications. I understand that I understand. I'm not a flight risk. I'll be at every court date. I'm
not going to change that bond amount. You will have to post that in order to be eligible for release. If you have concerns about things that might be going on outside in your home life, you are free to use any phones back there. You could also ask the jail staff for resources through the Department of Health Services that could potentially do wellness checks or offer services if you don't post that bond to get out to help your significant other. All right. Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. You can step back and get your paperwork. Trent Bias, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Christopher Satupo, if you would please work your way to the second chair.
Prayer, Your Honor.
Yes. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Trent Bias, 10/23/1996.
Thank you, Mr. Bias. You are here on a warrant that was issued after you allegedly failed to maintain power of an electronic monitoring device and violated prior release conditions in a burglary felony case. You have a lawyer already assigned to represent you in that case. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing will be a status conference June 24th. It will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, I am affirming all of the prior release conditions that were in place in this case. Those include that you not return to the scene where the underlying alleged offense took place, that you not have contact with any alleged victims, and that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription if you are released. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. You can step back and, or excuse me, Mr. Baez, you can step back and get your paperwork. Sarah Lazor, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Blake Bello, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Sarah Lynn Lazor, 42882.
Thank you, Ms. Lazor. You are here on 3 different matters. The first one is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 3 counts of shoplifting, all class 4 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those 3 new allegations, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. The other 2 matters that you're here on are both allegations that the new charges violated term 1 of your probation. In both of the probation cases, I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing in each of those 2 cases will be, I think it's supposed to be a rev arraignment. It's a new term 1 violation. Your next court hearing in the 2 probation cases will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It will take place on June 26th at 8:30 in the morning. So it's going to fall right in the middle of the hearings on your new case. So you'll have court the 25th and the 27th on the new charge, the 26th on the probation matters. On the 2 probation matters, you have a $500 secured appearance bond each. So $1,000 total on the 2 probation cases, $3,500 total for all 3 matters. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where the alleged shoplifting allegations took place. You also cannot have contact with the complainant of those allegations, and you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription if you're released from custody. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to correct some of your hearings, so we'll reprint your paperwork and bring it out to you here in just a minute. Christopher Statupo, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Barbara Charging, if you'd please take a seat in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Christopher Statupo, September 23rd, 1986.
Thank you, Mr. Statupo. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It will be June 26th at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $1,500 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Statupo. You can step back and get your paperwork. Blake Bello, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Stephen Reed, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Blake Robert Bale, 11/19/2002.
Thank you very much. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of burglary, a class 4 felony, 1 count of removing a theft detection device, a class 6 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, also a class 6 felony, and 1 count of reckless driving, a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a status conference June 25th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing the 27th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses of any of the underlying allegations. You also cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot operate a motor vehicle if you are released and you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Is there any way that I can get that bond to come down? I mean, I understand that, like, the allegations that I have are some very serious allegations, and I don't think that I should be excused from anything that's going on at this moment, but I don't know how I would be able to do it, and I don't feel that if I stayed in here, I would be able to like better myself to learn from the mistakes compared to staying in here.
So pretrial bonds are not intended to be for purposes of learning lessons. Pretrial bonds are imposed to protect the safety of the community, to prevent against witness tampering, to protect the alleged victims of a case. So I will tell you that the reason that that bond is imposed is because of the substantial risk of endangerment to the public that these types of allegations pose. It is not uncommon for people engaged in driving behavior, such as the behavior that you're alleged to have been engaged in, to be in the courtroom on some sort of vehicular homicide charge. And because the danger of those types of offenses the danger to the public, especially the driving public, is substantially high, that's the reason that the bond is imposed. So you will have to post that in order to be eligible for release.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. You can step back and get your paperwork. Barbara Charging, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jeffrey Williams, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Barbara Charging, 12/12/91.
Thank you very much. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It will be June 26th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, that means that I can't get out without posting that bond.
Yes, that's what that means.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Charging. You can step back and get your paperwork. Stephen Reed, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Sarah Bassett, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Stephen Reed, 8/24/72.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. You have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a new status conference June 25th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing June 27th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30. They will both be in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jeffrey Williams, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Cordell Kane, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jeffrey June Williams, 4188.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. You are here on 3 different matters. The first two matters that you're here on are bench warrants issued by the probation court when you failed to appear at revocation arraignment hearings. You may or may not already have a lawyer assigned to you in those 2 cases. Whether or not you do, you're entitled to one. So if you have a lawyer already assigned to you, that lawyer will continue to represent you in those probation matters. If you don't yet have a lawyer, when you get to your next court hearing, you will have one present to represent you. Your next court hearing in each of those 2 probation cases will be a new revocation arraignment hearing June 26th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On each of those 2 warrants, you have a $250 secured appearance bond, so $500 on the 2 probation cases. The third and final matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession and 1 count of 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession. They're both felony allegations. I have appointed a public defender to represent you on those new allegations. On that case, I know you don't yet have counsel, so I have appointed the public defender. Your next court hearings on the new allegations will bookend your probation hearings, so you'll have a status conference the 25th, then your probation hearings the 26th, then you'll have a preliminary hearing on the new charges the 27th. All of those hearings are going to be at 8:30 in the morning, and they'll all be in the Superior Court downtown. On the new allegations, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. So total, your bond is $1,000. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. And if you get out of custody within 3 days, 72 hours, which is 3 days of being out, you have to check in with your probation officer.
Okay. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I guess that's where I messed up last time. I didn't, because my probation was on I was moving to Pinal County, so I was in the process of changing back to Pinal County probation.
Okay.
And my understanding is I didn't have to, so this is, I mean, I don't know yet. I still don't have the answer. I had been told that I was no longer on probation in Maricopa County. I was back on probation in Pinal County.
Who told you that?
I believe my probation officer out of Pinal County did.
So if that is true, if that happened, there is no document corroborating that in your Maricopa County probation case. So according to the Maricopa County court records, you were still on probation in Maricopa County on the date that the original petition to revoke your probation was filed. It looks like that happened back in May of 2025. So Maricopa County adult probation requested that your probation be revoked. A warrant was issued a week later on 5/28, and so that's the warrant I'm seeing you on, or the 2 warrants I'm seeing you on today.
Okay.
So at least as of that date, Maricopa County believed you were still on probation. As of today, Maricopa County is telling me those are active warrants. That leads me to believe Maricopa thinks you're still on probation up here. So if there is some sort of disagreement or miscommunication, I am not the one that can help you clear that up.
Yes,
it'll have to be done by a combination of your Maricopa and Pinal probation officers, and the courts, both courts. But please keep in mind that until you get an order from the Maricopa County Court signed by a Maricopa County judge diverting your probation to Pinal County, you still have to comply with all the terms of your Maricopa County probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm sorry I don't have a more clear answer for you, but at your next court hearing, you'll have a lawyer and you'll have the probation judge. So hopefully you can at least get clear answers about what you need to do going forward out of that next hearing.
I should probably contact both of them tomorrow.
I would. Yeah,
if I get out.
Yeah, I would say make the calls to your probation officers your first calls once you're out of custody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Bissett, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Lausi Villingia, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Sarah Bissett, A682.
Thank you, Ms. Bissett. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, that's a class 4 felony, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, which is a class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support some of these allegations, but not all of them. I found probable cause to support the dangerous drug and the drug paraphernalia allegations, but I did not find probable cause to support the narcotic drug allegation. My finding of no probable cause does not mean that allegation is legally dismissed. It is possible the county attorney's office will still charge it, but I am not considering that narcotic drug allegation for purposes of this hearing and your preliminary release conditions. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, and I've appointed one for you. That lawyer will represent you against any charges that are formally filed as a result of this arrest. So if that narcotic drug possession allegation does get charged, the lawyer I've appointed here will represent you against it. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On the new felony allegations supported by probable cause, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is a failure to comply with court terms warrant issued by the University Lakes Justice Court. It looks like that case involves misdemeanor driving under the influence allegations. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions on that warrant. If you don't already have a lawyer assigned to you in that case, one will be assigned at your next court hearing. Your next hearing on the misdemeanor warrant will be an arraignment hearing June 24th. That one's going to be at 8:30 in the University Lakes Justice Court. On the misdemeanor warrant, you have a $100 secured appearance bond. So your total bond for both cases will be $600. It is all secured appearance. If you post that bond and you're released from custody, you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can step back and get your paperwork. Cordell Kane, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Juan Quintana Carrillo, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
My name is Cordell Kane Jr., February 3rd, 1971.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. You are here on two different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are one count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those two allegations, and I've appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th. Those two will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those new drug allegations, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. You're also here on a probation violation warrant. In that probation case, a petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3, 5, 12, and 15. I did also appoint a lawyer to represent you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing in the probation case will be a revocation arraignment June 26th at 8:30. On the probation warrant, you have a $100 secured appearance bond. So your total bond for both cases will be $350. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kane. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Lausi Villingia, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Genoa Salee, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Okay, I apologize if I have mispronounced your name. Can you please state it for me and give me your date of birth?
My name is Lausi Villingia. My date of birth is 10/23/89.
Okay, thank you very much. Your last name is pronounced Villingia?
Villingia. Villingia.
Villingia,
Yeah.
okay. All right, Mr. Villingia, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of causing criminal damage, that's a Class 6 felony, and one count of disorderly conduct, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 3rd, and then a preliminary hearing July 8th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. That means you would be released from custody without having to post a bond. Upon release, you would be required to make contact with pretrial services. You would get a packet from them with your release paperwork that has all their contact information in it. You would also be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. Upon release, you would also be ordered not to return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place and not to have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses, at least until after your first hearing. You would also be ordered not to possess any weapons, not to consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection or orders against harassment, if any have been served upon you or are later served upon you. Okay, Mr. Villingia, do you understand all of those conditions? And if released, do you agree that you will abide by them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Then you will be released to pretrial. Please keep the packet you get with your paperwork as soon as you're out of custody. Maybe not today because they're open, I think, 8 to 5, so you may not catch them today depending on how long the release process takes. But if you don't get, if you don't have an ability to make that call today, please make it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and sit back and get your paperwork. Juan Quintana Carrillo, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Mark Herrera, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Juan Quintana Carrillo, June 26, 2004.
Thank you very much. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of marijuana possession and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession. They are both Class 6 felonies. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed a public defender to represent you. Okay. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 3rd and then a preliminary hearing July 8th. They will both be at 8:30, both in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. That means you would be released from custody upon a promise to the court that you would voluntarily attend both of your next court hearings on your own. Can you make me that promise?
Yes, ma'am, I promise.
Okay, then I will release you once you are out of custody. In addition to getting yourself to those court hearings, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. That includes marijuana or cannabis.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, and I have 2 questions.
Okay.
One is the officer told me I was only getting charged for paraphernalia because what he thought was weed were just my Ziploc baggies that are empty for me to like store my weed in it. But he read the package that it contains, so he thought that it already had marijuana in there. But I clarified that with him, and he said that I would only be charged for paraphernalia.
Hold on 1 second.
No, yeah.
So it doesn't look like that's what happened. So when I make a probable cause determination, I rely on the factual presentation provided to me in a document called the Form 4. Mm-hmm. And for purposes of this hearing, what I do is I assume that that information is true in order to make that probable cause determination. So the information provided to me by law enforcement that it says inside the vehicle was a vape pen containing THC and an unopened package of whole melt extract used for flavored marijuana. Based on that, they are also, in addition to the paraphernalia, charging you with possession of marijuana because you were under 21.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
I'm not saying what you're telling me didn't happen. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, because that's not in the document from law enforcement, yes, I can't rely on that for the probable cause determination. Mm-hmm. But you can talk to your lawyer about that. You certainly have the right to challenge the information presented in that Form 4, and you also have every right to present evidence in your own defense. You'll just do that later down the road at a different hearing when you have a lawyer present.
Okay, gotcha.
So make sure you talk to your lawyer about that.
And then second question, this Monday I am supposed to fly out of state for my job. Is that okay? It's for the week. It's from Monday all the way up until Friday. I have to go up to
Monday
Virginia.
The 23rd through Friday the 27th?
Yes.
Where are you going?
Washington, D.C.
And it's for work?
Yes.
And where do you work?
I work for a company, AWS Vertec.
And it's an already arranged trip? You've already got flight arrangements?
I'm pretty sure the flight and everything is set up already. I was just waiting for the hands-on meeting just for all of them to confirm that everything is going good with the process over at the site we're working at. That's the only thing that I was waiting on.
Okay, and there's no way to reschedule that till later in July?
No, I wouldn't be able to, sorry.
Okay, so what I will do then is, so the short answer to your question is no. A standard release condition requires you to stay in the state of Arizona.
Okay.
I can authorize you to travel between Arizona and Washington, D.C. one time. You must return to Arizona by midnight on July 2nd. So no later than July 2nd at midnight, you have to be back in Arizona to be present at your court hearing on the 3rd at 8:30. So if you're already planning on coming back the 27th, that shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, okay, so the 2nd is still a couple days out. Okay.
Yeah, so June 27th, it sounds like you're planning on being back June 27th,
yes,
but if something changes and goes wrong, you have to be back by July 2nd.
Okay, and is there a way I could contact like the judge who's going to be handling my case or something in case anything does that?
Here's what you'll do. So you don't want to contact the judge that will handle your case. If something changes and you need modifications, you want to contact the public defender's office. You want to call your lawyer. And in your paperwork, you'll have the phone number to the public defender's office.
Gotcha.
Okay, anything else?
And just one thing, there is a guy out there that speaks Spanish.
Yeah, we have him. We got it. We'll get him an
okay,
interpreter.
yeah, he was just asking me if I could interpret it. Okay.
No, you can't, but we will get him one.
No, okay, got
All right,
it. That's
thank
it.
you. We're going to get your paperwork reprinted here. If you want to go ahead and step back to your left, I'll bring it out to you in just a second.
Sorry, just to clear up, you said I am scheduled for release? Is that
Yes,
for today?
you will go into release. It's 3 o'clock. I can't imagine it's going to take more than 8 hours and bump into tomorrow, but you will go into the release process. It could still take a couple hours though, so please be patient back there.
No, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Genoa Salih, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Genoa Celli, it's 10/5/84.
Thank you, Ms. Celli. I apologize for getting that wrong.
It's okay, I'm used to it.
Okay. All right. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, they're both class 4 felonies, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference July 3rd, and then a preliminary hearing July 8th. They will both be at 8:30, and they'll both be in the Superior Court downtown. Ms. Celli, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. That means you would not have to post a bond to secure your release, but it would require you to make a promise to the court that you would voluntarily attend both of your next court hearings. Can you make the court that assurance?
Yes, I can. However, the downtown Phoenix or in Mesa?
Downtown Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah, so they'll be in downtown Phoenix on July 3rd and July 8th. You'll have the dates, the times, the address, and phone number for the court in your paperwork. Okay. So please keep it so that you remember, and it'll have the address, and if you get lost, you can give them a call and get directions.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, once you're out of custody, you can't possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Celli. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Officers, will you clear all but my last two, please? Are we going to be using language lines? Okay. Okay, can I please have Mark Herrera into the courtroom? Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Mark Taruna Herrera,
And what's your date of birth?
9/18/91.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 2 counts of aggravated assault by an adult on a minor. They are both class 6 felonies, and 1 count of criminal damage. That one's a misdemeanor allegation. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference June 25th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing June 27th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place. You cannot have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victims or any alleged witnesses. You are also prohibited from having contact with any other minors, with the exception of minors that are your own minor children. If you have your own minor children, you can have contact with them, but it must be supervised by somebody over the age of 21. So no contact, certainly with the alleged minor victims, no contact with any other minors unless they are your children, and then you can only be in contact with them if there's another adult present over 21. Also, you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription if you are released, and you cannot consume any alcohol. Whether or not you're released from custody, if any orders of protection are served upon you or have already been served upon you, you must strictly comply with the terms of those orders.
All right.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yeah, why is the bond so high? Like,
In part because of the nature of the alleged offenses and the vulnerability of the alleged victims. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Herrera. You can step back and get your paperwork. Yeah, but we got to work on getting an interpreter, so no rush. We're going to get an interpreter for you. Okay, number 21 on the calendar, Frank Chappie, date of birth 5/25/88, is not in the courtroom because he was unable to function in general population and was refusing court orders. He's here on 3 different matters. The first is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 2 counts of forgery, 1 count of identity theft, and 1 count of narcotic drug possession, all class 4 felonies. I did find probable cause to support all 3 and appointed the public defender's office to represent him. His next court hearings will be a status conference June 25th and a preliminary hearing June 27th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On the new allegations, he has a $15,000 secured appearance bond. He's also here on he's also here on an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. The allegations in the direct complaint are 2 counts of narcotic drug possession, class 4 felonies, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, class 6 felonies. I've also appointed a lawyer for him in that case. His next court hearings on the direct complaint will be the same as his hearings on the new allegations. Status conference the 25th, preliminary hearing the 27th. On the direct complaint, he has a $100 secured appearance bond. Last, he's here on a probation violation warrant. The petition to revoke alleges violations of terms 3, 4, 5, and 7. I appointed a lawyer for him in that matter as well. His next hearing in the probation case will be a revocation arraignment June 26th at 8:30. On the probation matter, he also has a $100 secured appearance bond. So $15,000 on the new charges, $100 on each of the warrants. His total bond will be $15,100. If anything changes after I visit him cell side, I will update his written release orders, and his final release conditions will be reflected in that written order. Good, are we down to 1, officer?
Yeah.
Outstanding. Do I have a court interpreter on the line? Good afternoon, do we have a court interpreter on? Ms. Lopez, it looks like we see you in the Teams, but we don't hear anything if you're speaking. Are you going to try chatting her? Just 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Hello, can the court hear me now?
Yes, we can. We are getting a pretty bad echo. Is that on our end or her end? It might have gone away. Can you still hear us, Madam Interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Are you ready to begin the Spanish matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for joining us, by the way. Okay, Mr. Garcia, can you please state your full name and date of birth?
Muy bien, señor García, ¿me puede dar su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Jesús Alexander René García Jr., 19 de junio de 2003.
June 19th, 2003. My name is...
Jesús García.
Jesús García.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Before we get too far into your hearing, I want to give you some preliminary information in Spanish that I gave everybody else in English at the beginning.
Muchas gracias, señor García. Antes de empezar su audiencia, le quiero dar una información preliminar que se les dio a todos los demás antes de empezar su audiencia.
You have two important rights at this hearing. The first right is the right to the assistance of counsel.
Tiene dos derechos muy importantes. El primero es que tiene derecho a un abogado.
I have determined that you would be financially unable to hire a lawyer, so I have appointed a lawyer to represent you.
He determinado que económicamente usted no puede contratar a un abogado, por lo tanto le he nombrado a uno de oficio.
The second important right is the right to remain silent.
El otro derecho que tiene es de negarse a declarar.
Anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom here this afternoon could be used against you.
Todo lo que usted elija decir esta tarde aquí en la sala de audiencias puede utilizarse en su contra.
And as you can see, you don't have a lawyer in here this afternoon, so I would strongly encourage you not to make any statements outside the presence of counsel that could be used against you.
Y como puede ver, no se encuentra un abogado para defenderlo aquí el día de hoy, por lo tanto, le sugiero firmemente que no declare nada, puesto que puede utilizarse en su contra.
You are here on an allegation of a new charge.
Está aquí porque se asevera una acusación nueva en su contra.
That allegation is one count of child sex trafficking with a minor between the ages of 15 and 17.
La acusación es por tráfico de menor de edad, trata de blancas, con un menor de edad de entre 15 y 17 años.
That is a Class 2 felony.
Ese es un delito de categoría 2.
As I indicated, I did appoint a lawyer to represent you.
Como le indiqué, nombré un abogado para que lo represente.
Your next court hearings on this allegation will be a status conference June 25th and then a preliminary hearing June 27th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Va a tener dos audiencias en relación a su caso. La primera es una audiencia de actualización el 25 de junio. La siguiente va a ser el 27 de junio. Ambas son a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior del Centro de Phoenix.
On this allegation, I have imposed a $75,000 secured appearance bond.
Por esta acusación se le ha fijado a usted una fianza de $75,000 en efectivo para asegurar su comparecencia.
Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to.
Estoy permitiendo que utilice a una agencia fiadora para depositar la fianza.
If you post that bond, you would be eligible for release from custody, but Arizona law requires that you would be affixed with an ankle monitor prior to your release.
Si deposita la fianza, se le puede poner en libertad. Sin embargo, de acuerdo a las leyes de Arizona, se le tendría que colocar una tobillera de localización.
If you post that bond and you are released on that ankle monitor, upon release, you cannot have contact with any minors.
Si deposita la fianza y se le pone en libertad con esa tobillera, no puede tener contacto con ninguna persona menor de edad.
You also cannot access the internet through any electronic means if you are released.
Si sale en libertad, tampoco puede entrar al internet por ningún medio electrónico.
And you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No puede traer medicinas de receta a menos que tenga la receta correspondiente.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, do you understand all of those conditions?
Señor García, ¿entiende usted todas estas condiciones?
Sí.
Do you have any questions about your release conditions?
¿Tiene alguna duda sobre sus medidas cautelares?
¿La fianza tendría que ser toda pagada o podría ser como un plan de pagos también?
Does that bond have to be paid in full or can it be paid like in payments?
You can use a bonding company to post the bond. It is possible that you can work some arrangement out with a bonding company, but that would be an agreement between you and the bonding company.
Puede usted utilizar una agencia fiadora. Esas agencias se dedican a esto. Puede usted hacer un arreglo con ellos, saber qué tipo de pagos se podrían hacer, pero sería un acuerdo entre usted y la agencia directamente.
I don't know what a bonding company might require in this case or generally, but
yo no sé lo que requiere una agencia fiadora, ni de manera general, ni en su caso tampoco.
Back in the jail facility, you can find a list of bonding companies and their phone numbers. If you can't find one, you can ask jail staff, they can get you one.
Pero cuando regrese a la cárcel, normalmente tienen una lista de todas las agencias fiadoras, los nombres y los teléfonos. Si no ve una, puede preguntarle al personal y le pueden dar una.
My understanding is that all of the bonding companies on that list are open 24/7 and they will take calls from the jail facility. So you can get one of those lists and call one, two, or all of those companies if you want to see what their conditions might be.
Tengo entendido que esa lista de agencias fiadoras están abiertas las 24 horas todos los días, por lo tanto le puede llamar a una, dos o a todas para ver qué arreglos podría hacer.
Any other questions?
¿Alguna otra duda?
Mi abogado se presentaría para la siguiente corte.
Is my attorney going to be present for my next court?
Absolutely, yes. You will have a lawyer present at your next court hearing. You will also have the phone number to the public defender's office in your release paperwork if you wanted to try to reach out to them prior to your next hearing.
Definitivamente que sí. Va a tener a un abogado presente en su siguiente audiencia. Y si sale en libertad, puede comunicarse con la oficina de oficio directamente para hablar con su abogado, porque en los papeles que le dan al salir en libertad está el teléfono de esa oficina.
Anything else?
Una pregunta. ¿Y cuánto es el tiempo por esa acusación?
How much is the time for that charge?
I don't know that I understand the question.
No entiendo su pregunta.
Por la acusación de la que me acusan, ¿cuánto tiempo tengo que cumplir?
Well, the charge that I have against me, how much time would I have to do?
Well, talk to your lawyer about that. At this stage in the proceedings, this is only an allegation against you.
Tiene que hablar con su abogado sobre eso, porque en este momento, en esta etapa, solamente se asevera la acusación.
I think you're asking me what the presumptive sentence would be if you were convicted.
Creo que lo que me está preguntando es que si lo declaraban culpable, ¿cuánto sería la pena base?
But you are very far away from that type of hearing.
Pero está usted muy lejos todavía de una audiencia de ese tipo.
So right here today, all that is happening is I have made a preliminary determination that if the information provided by law enforcement is true, it would meet the minimum elements of the crime alleged.
Lo único que yo he determinado el día de hoy es que según el informe policial que se me ha entregado, después de revisarlo, determiné que sí se llenan los requisitos mínimos para los elementos que componen esa acusación.
But you do have the right to a trial by jury, and you are presumed innocent until you're convicted by a jury.
Tiene usted todo el derecho a un juicio oral con jurado, y si lo declaran culpable, tiene derecho... I'm so sorry, Your Honor, I got a little lost.
Sure. You have the right to a trial by jury, and you are presumed innocent until you're convicted by a jury.
Se presume que es inocente hasta que lo declare culpable un jurado, por eso tiene derecho a un juicio con jurado.
So standing here in this courtroom here this afternoon, you are not facing a sentence of incarceration because you have not yet been convicted.
Aquí, en este momento y en esta audiencia, no enfrenta usted una pena todavía porque no lo han declarado culpable aún de nada.
So at your next hearing, you can talk more with your lawyer about what could happen somewhere down the line if you proceed towards the phase of conviction.
En la siguiente audiencia, cuando hable usted con su abogado, pueden hablar sobre qué puede pasar si el caso sigue adelante.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome, Mr. Garcia. You can step back and get a copy of your paperwork.
De nada, señor García, le van a dar una copia de sus documentos.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us here at the end last minute, Ms. Lopez. We really appreciate it. That concludes our hearing, so you are free to disconnect.
Thank you so much, Sharon.
Okay, that concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m.